Welcome to Scary Phantom, where the eerie meets the soothing. Every night I bring you thrilling horror stories that not only send chills down your spine but also help you unwind for a peaceful sleep. Relax, listen, and let the stories take you away to a world where the dark is both exciting and calming. The night we received the distress call, I was alone in the communications room of the Eastern Star. The ship had been cutting through calm waters for days, our journey from Seattle to Anchorage proceeding without incident. Most of the crew had settled into the comfortable monotony of an easy voyage. Clear skies, gentle seas, and the rhythmic hum of the engines below deck that eventually became white noise, almost unnoticeable unless it stopped. I was halfway through my shift, a lukewarm cup of coffee at my elbow and my eyes growing heavy as I monitored the silent radio channels. Communications Officer Marcus Reed, 28 years old, 7 years at sea, and still unable to completely shake the sense of isolation that came with night watch. The vast empty darkness outside the window seemed to press against the glass, as if trying to find a way in. The radio crackled suddenly, startling me upright. Static burst through the speakers, followed by a voice so distorted I initially thought it might be interference from another channel. Eastern Star, this is Miranda. We are taking on water. I fumbled for the controls, adjusting frequencies, trying to clean up the signal. This is the Eastern Star receiving. Please repeat your message and location. The static intensified before the voice returned, breaking up between words. Unknown entity aboard. Need immediate assistance. Coordinates. The voice rattled off a string of numbers that placed them approximately 70 nautical miles southeast of our position. Miranda, this is Communications Officer Reed, of the Eastern Star. We've received your coordinates. What is the nature of your emergency? Over. The only response was more static, punctuated by what sounded like a scream, cut short before the transmission died entirely. I tried repeatedly to re-establish contact, fingers flying over the control panel, but received nothing but dead air. The silence that followed seemed heavier than before, pregnant with implication. I noted the time, 2:37 a.m., and immediately contacted the bridge. Captain Frank Hennessy answered, his voice gruff with interrupted sleep. At 57, Hennessy was a veteran of the seas, his weathered face telling stories of decades facing the ocean's temperament. His steel-gray hair and perpetually narrowed eyes gave him the appearance of a man who trusted nothing and expected the worst. Captain, Communications Officer Reed reporting. We've just received a distress call from a vessel identifying itself as the Miranda. They're reporting they're taking on water, mentioned an unknown entity aboard, and provided coordinates approximately 70 miles southeast of our current position. There was a pause before Hennessy responded. Did you attempt to gather more information? Yes, sir. The transmission cut out. I've tried to re-establish contact, but there's been no response. Another pause. Longer this time. I could almost hear the captain weighing his options. Log the report and contact nearby vessels to see if anyone else received the transmission. I'll notify the first officer and helmsman. We're changing course to render assistance. Yes, sir. I did as instructed, but none of the other ships in the area reported receiving any distress call from a vessel called the Miranda. This struck me as odd, but not impossible. Atmospheric conditions sometimes resulted in transmissions reaching certain locations, while missing others entirely. I was still making calls when First Officer Elaine Walsh entered the communications room. Walsh was tall and lean, with sharp features and dark eyes that missed nothing. Her black hair was pulled back in a tight bun that emphasized the severity of her expression. At 42, she had earned a reputation for efficiency and uncompromising standards. Reed, she acknowledged, with a brisk nod. Captain's ordered a course change. We're en route to the coordinates provided by the Miranda. Estimated arrival is 6:30 hours. The captain wants you to continue monitoring for any further transmissions. Yes, ma'am. No other vessels in the area reported receiving the distress call. Something flickered across Walsh's face. Concern, perhaps, or suspicion. Keep trying, she said before turning to leave. At the door, she paused. And Reed? Log everything. Every attempt at contact, every response, every silence, everything. Yes, ma'am. After she left, I returned to the radio, continuing my attempts to contact the Miranda while monitoring all emergency frequencies. For hours, there was nothing but the occasional routine transmission from other vessels, none mentioning a ship in distress. At 5:15 a.m., just as the first hint of dawn was lightening the eastern horizon, I heard it again. The same voice, fainter now, strained with what sounded like desperation. Sinking. It's in the water with us. Please. Anyone. Miranda, this is the Eastern Star. We are en route to your position. ETA approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. Please advise on your current situation. Over. Static hissed through the speakers, then, won't let us leave. It's calling. From below, the water is black. The transmission cut out again, leaving me with a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. I immediately reported to the captain, who ordered maximum speed toward the coordinates. By the time we reached the location, full daylight illuminated the area, revealing nothing but empty ocean in all directions. No ship, no debris, no sign that anyone had been in distress. The sea was calm, almost unnaturally so, the surface like glass reflecting the pale blue sky. Captain Hennessy ordered a thorough search of the area. The Eastern Star performed a meticulous grid pattern across the coordinates and surrounding waters, while crew members with binoculars scanned the horizon for any sign of wreckage or survivors. I remained at the communications station, repeatedly, broadcasting on all emergency channels. This is the Eastern Star at the reported coordinates of the Miranda. Please respond if you can hear us. We are on site and searching. There was no reply. After 4 hours of searching without finding a trace of another vessel, Captain Hennessy called a meeting of the senior crew. In the conference room adjacent to the bridge, he stood at the head of the table, his expression grim. "We've found nothing," he said, the words hanging in the air like an accusation. No ship, no debris, no oil slick, nothing to indicate a vessel was ever here, let alone one that was sinking. Walsh cleared her throat. "With respect, Captain, we should consider the possibility that this was a hoax, or that the Miranda provided incorrect coordinates." Hennessy shook his head. "If it was a hoax, it was an elaborate one, and if they provided incorrect coordinates, they would have corrected them in their second transmission." All eyes turned to me. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "The voice sounded genuinely distressed," I said. "And they mentioned an unknown entity and something in the water with them." Nathan Rossi, our chief engineer, snorted. A stocky man with perpetually oil-stained hands and a thick beard that failed to hide his skeptical expression. Rossi had spent 30 years at sea and claimed to have heard every tall tale and superstition the ocean had to offer. "Sounds like someone's been reading too many ghost stories," Rossi said. "Or maybe they had a few too many drinks on watch." "The transmission was real," I insisted. "I heard it clearly." "I'm not saying you didn't hear something," Rossi replied. "But there's no ship here, and no sign there ever was one." Captain Hennessy held up a hand, silencing further debate. "We've fulfilled our obligation to search the area. We'll log the incident, report it to the proper authorities, and resume our original course. If there was a ship in distress, it's not here now." No one argued, though I noticed Walsh giving me a look that suggested our conversation wasn't over. As we filed out of the conference room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something important, that the empty ocean below us was concealing more than it revealed. The Eastern Star resumed its original course, engines thrumming steadily as we cut through the placid water. I returned to the communications room to write up my report, detailing the transmissions I'd received and our unsuccessful search efforts. As I was finishing, the radio crackled to life, startling me so badly I knocked over my coffee mug, sending dark liquid spilling across the desk. I lunged for the controls, heart pounding. "Eastern Star, help us, we're still here." The same voice, but different somehow, hollow, as if speaking from the bottom of a well. I keyed the microphone. "Miranda, this is the Eastern Star. We're at your reported coordinates, but don't see you. Please provide visual reference or updated position." Over. The reply came through a wash of static, the words barely distinguishable. Below. We're below. It won't let us leave. I was about to respond when the ship-wide intercom system activated with a squeal of feedback that made me clap my hands over my ears. Then, to my horror, the distress message from the Miranda began broadcasting throughout the Eastern Star on all speakers. But it wasn't the disembodied voice from the radio. It was the voice of Sarah Chen, our ship's doctor. This is the Miranda. We are taking on water. Unknown entity aboard. Need immediate assistance. The intercom cut out, then reactivated, with another voice, this time Rossi's gruff tones pleading for help. I frantically checked the communication system, trying to determine how the radio transmission could possibly be routing through the ship's intercom. It wasn't possible. The systems were separate with different power sources and controls. As I was working, Walsh burst into the room, her normally composed features twisted with confusion and alarm. What the hell is happening, Reed? Why is the intercom system broadcasting that message in the crew's voices? I don't know, I said, hands still moving over the controls. It's not coming from here. The systems aren't even connected. The intercom crackled again, and this time it was my own voice that filled the ship, repeating the words I'd heard from the Miranda. Won't let us leave. It's calling. From below. The water is black. Walsh's face paled. Shut it. Down, she ordered. Shut down the entire communications array if you have to. I tried, but nothing I did affected the broadcasts. They continued at irregular intervals, each time with the voice of a different crew member, Captain Hennessy's authoritative tone, the cook's southern drawl, the nervous stammer of the junior engineer, all of them pleading for help, all of them speaking of something in the water, something that wouldn't let them leave. The technical malfunction was concerning enough, but what happened that night was worse, much worse. I was asleep in my bunk when the screaming started. I bolted upright, momentarily disoriented before realizing the sounds were coming from down the corridor. Pulling on a shirt, I rushed out to find several crew members restraining. Chen, who was thrashing and screaming, her eyes wide but unseeing. It's pulling me down, she shrieked. The water, it's in my lungs. Get it off me, get it off. 2 deckhands held her arms while Walsh tried to calm her. Sarah, you're on the ship. You're safe. There's no water. Chen continued to struggle, gasping as if she couldn't breathe, her fingers clawing at her throat. Black water, filling my lungs and can't breathe. It took 3 of us to get her to the infirmary where she was sedated. By morning, she had no memory of the incident, claiming she'd slept through the night without disturbance. But she wasn't the only one. Throughout the night, crew members reported terrible nightmares of drowning in black water, while something with too many limbs pulled them down into the darkness. Some woke screaming. Others were found sleepwalking, trying to open exterior doors or climb over railings. Captain Hennessy instituted an immediate night watch to prevent incidents, assigning crew members to patrol the corridors and monitor those who seemed most affected. Was one of the few who didn't experience the nightmares. Though sleep eluded me all the same, I spent hours staring at the ceiling of my cabin, listening to the distant sounds of engines that seemed to stutter and cough more often than usual, and the low moans of fellow crew members caught in the grip of their dreams. By morning, the atmosphere aboard the Eastern Star had transformed. The easy camaraderie of the previous days was gone, replaced by tense silence and suspicious glances. Everyone had heard the intercom broadcasts, and most had either experienced the nightmares or witnessed someone else's terror. At breakfast, I sat across from Rossi, who looked like he hadn't slept at all. His usually ruddy face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly as he raised his coffee cup. Didn't take you for the superstitious type, Rossi, I said, attempting to lighten the mood. He glared at me. I'm not, but I know what I dreamed, and it wasn't natural. What did you see? Rossi glanced around, ensuring no one else was listening closely. I was underwater, he said quietly. Deep underwater, where there's no light. But I could see anyway, because there was something glowing down there. Something wrong. Wrong how? It was like a ship, but not a ship. The proportions were all wrong. Too big in some places, too small in others. And there were things moving around it. things that looked human until they got closer. He shuddered, and the whole time there was this voice calling to me, telling me to come closer, to join them. I felt a chill run through me, remembering the words from the radio. "It's calling. From below." "Did you see the name of the ship?" I asked. Rossi nodded slowly. "Miranda. It was the Miranda." Throughout the day, more crew members reported similar dreams. A sunken ship in black water, surrounded by entities that were almost human but distorted, elongated, with too many joints and limbs, that moved in impossible ways, and all of them heard the call, the seductive whisper that promised belonging, that promised an end to loneliness and fear if they would just give in and join the Miranda in the depths. Our electronics continued to malfunction. Navigation systems failed intermittently, providing incorrect readings or shutting down entirely. The engines stalled at random intervals, leaving us drifting momentarily before sputtering back to life. Lights flickered, communications equipment emitted random bursts of static, and digital displays showed nonsensical readings before returning to normal. Rossi and his engineering team worked around the clock, checking systems, replacing components, and attempting to trace the source of the malfunctions. They found nothing physically wrong with any of the equipment. "It's like something's interfering with the electrical systems," Rossi told the captain during an emergency meeting. "But there's no pattern to it, no logical explanation. It's like the ship itself is, I don't know, haunted or something." He grimaced at the word, clearly uncomfortable with the implications. Captain Hennessy's expression remained stoic, but I could see the tension in the set of his jaw. "I don't believe in ghosts, Mr. Rossi. Find me a technical explanation. I'm trying, sir, but I'm running out of options." As the day progressed, the malfunctions became more frequent and more severe. By evening, we had lost reliable navigation and were operating on backup systems that themselves were beginning to show signs of instability. I was in the communications room, attempting to establish contact with other vessels to report our situation, when I noticed something odd. Despite the other systems failing, the radio was functioning perfectly, too perfectly. The signal was clearer than it had been at any point during our voyage, almost as if something was boosting it. And then I realized the room was cold, much colder than it should have been. My breath clouded in front of me as I exhaled, and the tight, metal surfaces of the equipment were developing a fine layer of frost despite the fact that we were in temperate waters. I turned to leave, intending to report this new development to the captain, and found Samuel Torres, our secondary communications officer, standing in the doorway. Torres was a quiet man, serious and dedicated, with a wife and 2 children waiting for him back home. We had worked together for 3 years without incident, but the man standing in the doorway wasn't Torres, not really. He stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the radio equipment, his expression vacant. Water dripped from his clothing and hair pooling on the floor around his feet, though there was no reason for him to be wet. "Torres?" I said cautiously. "Are you all right?" He didn't respond or acknowledge my presence in any way. He simply stood there, water continuing to drip from his body, his eyes unblinking. I took a step toward him, intending to check if he was injured or ill, when he suddenly spoke. But the voice that emerged wasn't his. It was the same voice I had heard on the radio, the voice of the Miranda, taking on water. "Unknown entity aboard. Need immediate assistance." Torres repeated the message verbatim, his lips barely moving, the words emerging in that hollow, distant voice that seemed to come from someplace far below us. Disturbed, I reached out to touch his shoulder, intending to shake him from whatever trance had taken hold. His skin was ice cold and damp with seawater, though we were in a climate-controlled room. At my touch, Torres finally moved, turning his head slowly to look at me. His eyes were completely black, the pupils expanded to fill the entire visible surface. When he spoke again, it was with his own voice, but flatly, without emotion. "It's waiting for us," he said. "It's been waiting for 80 years. "What's waiting?" I asked, fighting the urge to back away. "Torres, what happened to you?" "The Miranda," he replied. "It needs crew. It needs company." "The Miranda sank," I said, though I had no way of knowing if this was true. It simply felt right. Torres nodded slowly. Yes, but not everything that sinks stays down. Not everything that dies stays dead. Sometimes the sea gives back what it takes, but changed. A shudder ran through his body, violent enough that water sprayed from his hair. For a moment his eyes cleared, returning to their normal brown, and terror filled his features. "Reed," he gasped, his voice now his own and filled with panic. "Reed, it's in my head. It's showing me things. The Miranda, it wasn't just a ship. It was carrying something. Something they found in the deep water. Something old." Before I could respond, Torres's expression went blank again, his eyes darkening to that unnatural black. He turned and walked away, leaving wet footprints down the corridor. I immediately reported the incident to Captain Hennessy, who ordered Torres confined to his quarters under guard. But when security personnel went to find him, Torres was nowhere to be found. A thorough search of the ship revealed no trace of him. What they did find, however, were wet footprints, dozens of sets leading from the exterior of the ship into the corridors, as if multiple people had climbed aboard from the ocean and were now moving throughout the Eastern Star. That night, the nightmares intensified. More crew members were found sleepwalking, all of them heading toward the exterior doors or the rails, all of them mumbling about the call from below, about the Miranda waiting for them. In the early hours of the morning, I was awakened by an alarm. Pulling on clothes, I rushed to the source of the commotion and found Walsh and several security officers restraining a deckhand who was attempting to open a hatch that led directly to the ocean below. "Let me go," the man was screaming. "They're waiting, they need me, can't you hear them calling?" Walsh saw me and motioned me over. "Reed, we need more information. You're the only one who heard the original transmission. We need to know what we're dealing with." "I've told you everything I know," I protested. "Not everything," she insisted. "You've been holding something back. I can see it in your face every time you talk about it." She was right. There was something I hadn't shared, something I'd noticed but dismissed as imagination or the product of stress and lack of sleep. Something about the voice on the radio that had nagged at me from the beginning. The voice, I admitted. The first time I heard it, it sounded familiar, like I knew it somehow, but that's impossible. Walsh's expression tightened. "Not necessarily. Come with me." She led me to the captain's quarters where Hennessy was reviewing navigational charts with the helmsman, attempting to plot a course using traditional methods since our electronic systems had become completely unreliable. "Captain," Walsh said without preamble, "Reed has something to tell you about the voice on the radio." I repeated what I'd told Walsh, feeling foolish as the words left my mouth. "It's probably nothing," I added. "Just my imagination." "Hennessy," and Walsh exchanged a look that made my skin crawl. "Show him," Hennessy said. Walsh retrieved a tablet from the captain's desk and pulled up a file. After the first reports of nightmares, I did some research. It wasn't easy with our systems malfunctioning, but I managed to access the shipping company's historical records. She turned the tablet toward me. "This is what I found." On the screen was an old photograph of a ship, the Miranda, according to the caption. But it was the text below that caught my attention. "According to maritime legend, the Miranda sank 80 years ago at the exact coordinates we received in the distress call," Walsh said. "All hands were lost. No bodies were ever recovered." I skimmed the article, my heart racing. The Miranda had been a research vessel, officially, though rumors suggested it had actually been searching for something specific, something ancient, that was said to rest in the deepest part of the ocean. The last communication from the Miranda before it disappeared was a garbled message about something coming aboard and black water rising. The coordinates of its last known position matched those we had received in the distress call. But what truly chilled me was the list of crew members. There, listed as communications officer aboard the Miranda, was the name Marcus Reed, my name. "This has to be a coincidence," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "Reed is a common name." "Perhaps," Hennessy said, "but these aren't." He swiped to the next image. a photograph of the Miranda's crew standing on deck before their final voyage. The name on its bow, illuminated by some eldritch light from below, read Miranda. "Full reverse," Hennessy ordered, his voice remaining steady despite the impossibility before us. "All engines, maximum power." The helmsman frantically worked the controls, but nothing happened. The engines remained silent, the ship dead in the water as the Miranda continued to rise from the depths, surrounded by that unnatural darkness. As we watched, frozen in horror, figures began to appear on the deck of the ghostly vessel. Human shapes, but wrong somehow, their proportions distorted, their movements jerky and uncoordinated, like poorly operated marionettes. "They're coming," I whispered. "They want us to join them." "We will not surrender this ship," Hennessy declared, drawing the sidearm he kept locked in his desk. "We will not surrender our crew." A crackling sound drew our attention to the communications console where the radio had activated on its own. Through the speakers came a chorus of voices, all the voices we had heard before, including my own, speaking in unison. "The Miranda calls, the Miranda waits, all debts must be paid, all crews must serve." The ship's intercom clicked on next, and Walsh's voice came through, tense and frightened. "Captain, this is Walsh. We've reached engineering. There's no one here, sir. The entire department is empty, but there's water everywhere, seawater and footprints leading out. Dozens of sets. Get back to the bridge immediately," Hennessy ordered. "We're trying, sir, but the corridors, they're not right. They're changing. We turn a corner and find ourselves back where we started, and there's something following us, sir. Something in the water." The transmission cut out with a burst of static, followed by a scream that might have been Walsh or Rossi or someone else entirely. Hennessy tried to re-establish contact, but the intercom remained silent. He turned to the helmsman. "Stay here. Try to get any system working, engines, communications, anything." Then to me, "Reed, you're with me. We're going to find Walsh and the others." I wanted to protest, to tell him it was suicide to leave the bridge, but I knew he was right. We couldn't abandon our crew. We armed ourselves with emergency flares and flashlights, then ventured into the corridors of the Eastern Star. The emergency lighting cast everything in a bloody hue, turning familiar passages into something alien and threatening. Water sloshed around our ankles, seawater cold and briny, though there was no obvious source of the flooding. We moved cautiously, calling out for Walsh and Rossi, listening for any response. What we heard instead was the sound of movement in the water ahead of us, a dragging, sloshing noise accompanied by a wet, rasping breath. Hennessy raised his weapon, aiming into the red-tinged darkness. "Who's there? Identify yourself." The dragging continued, growing louder, and then a figure emerged from around the corner. Torres, the missing communications officer, or something wearing his form. His skin was pale and bloated, his eyes those same unnatural black pools and seaweed draped across his shoulders like epaulets. "The Miranda welcomes you," Torres said, his voice gurgling as if his lungs were filled with water. "The captain sends his regards." "Torres, stand down," Hennessy ordered. "That's an order from your captain." Torres tilted his head at an unnatural angle, water spilling from his mouth as he spoke. "My captain is waiting. Your crew has already joined us. It's your turn now." From behind Torres emerged more figures, crew members of the Eastern Star, all of them transformed as he was, all of them moving with that same unnatural gait, water dripping from their waterlogged bodies. Among them was Walsh, her uniform soaked and tattered, her black hair now streaked with green algae. "Captain," she said, water bubbling between her lips. "The Miranda calls. You must answer." Hennessy fired a warning shot over their heads. "Stay back. Whatever you are, you're not my crew." The things that had been our crew members continued to advance, unperturbed by the gunshot. Behind them, more appeared, filling the corridor with a mass of waterlogged bodies, all of them reaching toward us with pale, bloated hands. "Run," I said, grabbing Hennessy's arm. "Sir, we need to run." For a moment the captain hesitated, unwilling to retreat, to abandon what remained of his crew. Then he nodded sharply, and we turned, racing back the way we had come. But the corridors had changed. just as Walsh had reported. What should have been a straight path back to the bridge now twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the bowels of the ship. The water grew deeper with every step, soon reaching our knees, slowing our progress as the sounds of pursuit grew louder behind us. We found ourselves in the cargo hold, surrounded by shipping containers that loomed like monoliths in the dim emergency lighting. Water flowed in from overhead pipes that had been wrenched open, filling the space rapidly. The emergency exits, Hennessy gasped, pointing to a ladder that led up to a hatch in the ceiling. If we can get out of the hold, we might be able to reach the lifeboats. We waded through the rising water toward the ladder, the sounds of our pursuers echoing through.
The hold.
Just as we reached it, the water around us erupted as pale hands shot up, grabbing at our legs, trying to drag us down. I kicked free and scrambled up the ladder, Hennessy right behind me. His gun roared in the confined space as he fired at the twisted forms of our former crew members, buying us precious seconds to reach the hatch. I spun the wheel that unlocked it, straining against years of disuse, until it finally gave way with a shriek of metal. I pushed the hatch open and pulled myself through, turning to help Hennessy, only to find him being dragged back down by Walsh and Rossi, their black eyes gleaming in the red emergency light as their pale hands clutched at his uniform, his skin, his hair. "Go, Reed," Hennessy shouted, his voice strained as he fought against the inhuman strength of the things that had once been our colleagues. "Get to the lifeboats, that's an order. I won't leave you." I reached down, grabbing for his outstretched hand, our fingers almost touching. His eyes met mine, and in that moment I saw something change in them, a terrible resignation followed by grim resolve. "Tell them what happened here," he said. Then he released his grip on the ladder, allowing Walsh and Rossi to pull him down into the churning water below. The last I saw of Captain Frank Hennessy was his face disappearing beneath the surface, those black hands dragging him into the depths. I slammed the hatch shut, spinning the wheel to lock it, though I knew it would only buy me moments at best. The corridors were still wrong, twisting, changing, defying the ship's blueprints, but I had spent years aboard the Eastern Star and knew her better than most. Even disoriented, I managed to find my way toward the upper decks where the lifeboats waited. The ship groaned around me, metal stress sounds echoing through the corridors as if the very structure was being warped by some impossible force. Lights flickered, then died completely, leaving me in darkness broken only by the beam of my flashlight and the occasional emergency light that had somehow survived. As I ran, splashing through ankle-deep water that shouldn't have been there, I heard voices calling from behind closed doors, familiar voices pleading for help. I ignored them. Whatever was speaking with those voices, they weren't my crew anymore. I reached the lifeboat deck to find it transformed. The night sky above was gone, replaced by a churning mass of black water that somehow hung suspended over the ship like a liquid ceiling. The ocean around us was no longer recognizable as such. It was that same unnatural darkness, neither water nor air, but something else entirely, something that defied categorization. And there, 50 yards off the starboard bow, floated the Miranda, fully emerged from the depths. In the unnatural light I could see it clearly, an old research vessel, its hull covered in corrosion and marine growth, water still cascading from its decks. But it was wrong, just as Rossi had described in his nightmare. The proportions were off, angles that should have been straight were curved, and sections that should have been solid seemed to shift and flow like liquid. On its deck stood dozens of figures, all of them watching the Eastern Star. Even at this distance I could see their black eyes gleaming. The lifeboat release mechanisms had been sabotaged, the control panels ripped open and the wiring torn out. All except one, the furthest craft, partially hidden behind a ventilation structure. I ran to it, praying it would still function. As I reached for the controls, a hand seized my ankle, pale, bloated, covered in barnacles. I looked down to see Torres emerging from a maintenance hatch in the deck, his mouth open in a silent scream as water poured out, his black eyes fixed on mine. "Join us, Marcus," he gurgled. "Your place is with us. It always has been." I kicked wildly, breaking his grip and lunged for the lifeboat controls. The panel lit up as I slammed my palm against the emergency release button. Hydraulics hissed, and the boat began to lower toward the surreal darkness that had replaced the ocean. Torres was pulling himself fully onto the deck now, joined by others, Chen, Rossi, Walsh, and Hennessy, all of them transformed, all of them, reaching for me with those terrible pale hands. The Miranda doesn't let go of what belongs to her, Hennessy's voice said, though his lips didn't move. You are ours, communications officer Reed. You have always been ours. I jumped, landing hard in the lifeboat as it descended. The impact knocked the wind from me, but I managed to scramble to the controls, firing up the motor as the craft hit the surface of what I could only hope was still water despite its unnatural appearance. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life. I spun the wheel, pointing the bow away from both ships, and opened the throttle to maximum. Behind me, the Eastern Star was changing, its form warping as the Miranda had, becoming something that was neither fully ship nor fully organic, but some nightmarish combination of both. The crew, or what remained of them, lined the rails, their black eyes tracking my escape, their voices calling out in unison across the impossible sea. Come back. Come home. The Miranda waits. I drove the lifeboat at full speed, heading in what I hoped was the direction of shipping lanes where I might be spotted by another vessel. The bizarre darkness that had replaced the normal ocean made navigation impossible. There were no stars, no moon, nothing but that liquid blackness extending in all directions. After what seemed like hours, I noticed the darkness beginning to thin, the black giving way to more normal-looking water. The Eastern Star and the Miranda had disappeared behind me, visible now only as a distant glow on the horizon, a pale, eldritch light emanating from the spot where the two ships had merged. I kept going, afraid to stop, afraid to look back too long. The sky gradually reappeared, stars emerging one by one as if being uncovered after an eclipse. The ocean returned to its natural state, waves moving in patterns I recognized, reflecting the light of the emerging moon. When I finally cut the engine, allowing the lifeboat to drift, I was surrounded by ordinary seawater under a normal night sky. The only evidence that anything unusual had occurred was the lifeboat itself, inexplicably dry despite having been lowered into that strange dark liquid, and the salt crust on my skin and clothing, mixed with a black residue that no amount of scrubbing would fully remove. I was rescued the next morning by a fishing trawler that spotted my distress flare. They found me huddled in the lifeboat, dehydrated and exhausted, babbling about black water and ghostly ships. The captain assumed I was suffering from exposure and shock, which was a mercy. It was easier to let them believe that. I reported the Eastern Star missing with all hands, providing the coordinates where I'd abandoned ship. Search and rescue operations found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slick, no emergency beacons. It was as if the ship and her crew of 37 had simply vanished. The official investigation concluded that the Eastern Star likely suffered a catastrophic structural failure and sank rapidly, explaining the lack of debris. My confused account was attributed to trauma and the effects of spending 18 hours alone in a lifeboat. The shipping company classified the incident as a tragic accident caused by equipment malfunction and possible human error. The case was closed. The Eastern Star added to the list of vessels lost at sea, her crew to the tally of those taken by the ocean. But I know what happened. I know what still waits in those waters, patient and hungry after 80 years. I know that the Miranda found new crew that night and a new vessel to merge with its corrupted form. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I can still hear them calling. Walsh's authoritative tone, Rossi's gruff voice, Hennessy's steady commands, all of them pleading for help, all of them beckoning me to join them. The voices are loudest when I'm near water, especially the ocean. They whisper that my place is with them, that I've merely delayed the inevitable. I've moved inland, as far from the coast as I can get. I avoid large bodies of water, refuse to travel by boat or ship, and find excuses to leave the room when it rains heavily. Most days I can almost convince myself that what happened was a delusion brought on by stress and exhaustion. But then, I'll catch my reflection in a mirror, and for just a moment I'll see another face superimposed over mine, the face of a communications officer from 80 years ago who shared my name and my features. And I'll remember what Torres said before the end. The Miranda doesn't let go of what belongs to her. I've researched the original Miranda extensively in the years since my escape. The information is sparse, much of it redacted from official records, but I've pieced together fragments from various sources. The ship was officially a research vessel, but its actual mission appears to have been the retrieval of an artifact from the deep ocean, something ancient, something not meant to be disturbed. Whatever they found down there came back with them, transforming the ship and its crew into something that was neither fully dead nor fully alive, neither fully human nor fully other. And now it has the Eastern Star as well, and all who sailed on her except me. I don't know why I was allowed to escape when all others were taken. Perhaps the entity aboard the Miranda was playing with me, letting me run so it could enjoy the hunt. Perhaps my connection to the original communications officer gave me some protection or marked me for some special fate. Or perhaps it was simply chance, the random mercy of an uncaring universe. What I do know is that it isn't over. Sometimes I wake in the night to find my sheets damp with seawater, though no windows were open and no explanation presents itself. My apartment pipes occasionally run black for a few seconds before clearing, leaving that same residue in the sink or bathtub. And twice I've found wet footprints leading from my front door to my bedroom, only to disappear halfway across the floor. They're coming for me, slowly, patiently, inexorably. The crew of the Miranda and the Eastern Star, merged now into one impossible entity, reaching across time and space to reclaim what they believe is theirs. I've made arrangements for this account to be published, in the event of my disappearance. I don't expect to be believed. I'd have dismissed such a story myself before experiencing it, but perhaps it will serve as a warning to others. If you're on the sea and receive a distress call from a vessel, identifying itself as the Miranda or the Eastern Star, ignore it. Change course in the opposite direction and don't look back. And if your radio equipment begins broadcasting messages in the voices of your own crew, if the nightmares of black water and reaching hands begin, if you see wet footprints leading from the ocean into your ship, run. It's already too late, but run anyway. The Miranda is calling, and its call is not meant for the living. Communications Officer Marcus Reed, formerly of the MV Eastern Star.
Hi, dear, what's up?
I was the chief security officer aboard the Pacific Trader when we first noticed the signs. It began on a cloudless night, the kind where the stars seem close enough to touch. The merchant vessel slid through black waters like a knife, our cargo of electronics and machinery securely stowed in the belly of the ship. Most of the 27 crew members were asleep below decks, leaving only the night watch and myself, monitoring our slow progress through the North Pacific. I'd grown comfortable with the routine. 10 years in the Navy, followed by 7 years of private security work, had left me with a methodical approach to threats. My name is Marcus Reed, 6 feet tall, 42 years old, with a permanent furrow etched between my brows from years of scrutinizing everything that moved. The Pacific Trader was my 43rd assignment with Taylor Maritime Security. It was supposed to be an uneventful 3-month contract. The bridge was quiet that night. Captain Warren Haynes, a square-jawed man with salt and pepper hair and 30 years of experience etched into the lines around his eyes, stood by the navigation console. First Officer Jessica Reeves checked our coordinates while I sipped lukewarm coffee from a metal mug. "Everything secure below, Reed?" Haynes asked, his voice low and gravelly from decades of shouting orders across ship decks. "Yes, sir. Final rounds completed at 2300 hours, all cargo secure, all hatches sealed." I set my mug down on a nearby shelf, feeling the gentle roll of the ship beneath my feet. "Though Simmons in the galley says some supplies went missing this morning." Haynes raised an eyebrow. "Missing? Like what?" "Food mostly. 5 pounds of ground beef, some canned goods. Simmons thought one of the crew was making midnight snacks, but nobody's owned up to it. Tell him to lock the refrigerator," Haynes muttered, turning back to the navigation screens. "Last thing we need is someone getting food poisoning from improperly stored meat." I nodded, but something about the incident bothered me. Ship life breeds familiarity. After 3 weeks at sea, I knew the habits of every crew member aboard. No one struck me as the type to hoard food. The following morning, I descended into the cargo hold for routine inspection. The Pacific trader carried nearly 200 shipping containers, stacked 3 high in the cavernous space. My footsteps echoed as I moved through the narrow passages between the steel boxes, checking security seals and listening for any sounds that didn't belong. The ship's engineer, Ray Malik, was already there, kneeling by one of the electrical panels near the rear bulkhead. A tall, lean man with deep-set eyes and perpetually oil-stained hands, Malik possessed an almost supernatural ability to diagnose mechanical problems by sound alone. "Morning, Reed," he said without looking up. "We've got some weird power fluctuations in sections C and D. Probably just the usual gremlins, but thought I'd check. Find anything?" Malik stood, wiping his hands on a rag. "Nah, readings are normal now. But I'll tell you something strange. I found tools out of place in the secondary equipment bay. Wrench said I'm positive I put away last night was sitting on the floor by the door this morning." I frowned. Maybe someone needed to make a repair overnight. Then why not log it, and why put the tools down instead of back in the case? Malik shook his head. "Something doesn't add up. I made a mental note to review the night's security footage. I'll look into it. Haynes mentioned something about missing supplies from the galley, too." "Huh." Malik's brow furrowed. "You don't think we've got a stowaway, do you?" The question hung in the air between us. Stowaways weren't unheard of, especially on vessels that had recently docked in certain ports, but we were 18 days into our journey. We'd conducted thorough sweeps before departure. "I'll organize a search," I decided. Better to be sure. That afternoon, I divided the crew into teams of 3. We methodically combed every inch of the vessel, from the bridge to the engine room, checking supply closets, maintenance tunnels, and every space large enough to conceal a human being. By evening, we'd found nothing conclusive, just more evidence of small disturbances. Wet footprints in the lower corridor where no one admitted to walking, a broken padlock on a storage locker, and a strange foul odor near the aft cargo section that dissipated before anyone could identify its source. "Maybe we're all just going a little stir-crazy," suggested Communications Officer Tyler Chen at dinner that night. We sat around one of the long tables in the mess hall, the overhead fluorescents casting harsh shadows across tired faces. "You know how it gets after a few weeks at sea. People forget things, imagine things. I'm not imagining missing supplies," growled Simmons, the ship's cook. A burly man with a shaved head and forearms covered in burn scars from years in hot kitchens. He jabbed his fork in Chen's direction. "And now it's not just food. Medical supplies went missing from the infirmary today. Bandages, antiseptic, pain meds." A murmur passed through the gathered crew members. Self-medication wasn't uncommon on long voyages, but theft from the infirmary crossed a line. All right, I said, raising my hands to quiet them. "Let's not jump to conclusions. Tomorrow we'll do another sweep, check the exterior of the hull for any signs of tampering. If there's someone aboard who doesn't belong, we'll find them." As the crew dispersed for the night, First Officer Reeves lingered behind. A competent officer with a reputation for level-headedness, she rarely showed concern without good reason. "Reed," she said quietly, "Davidson from engineering says he saw something last night in the cargo hold. A figure moving between the containers. He thought it was you at first doing rounds, but when he called out, it vanished. Did he get a good look?" Reeves shook her head. "Just a glimpse. Tall, thin. He said it moved strangely, but Davidson's been pulling double shifts this week. Could have been exhaustion playing tricks." I nodded, but unease settled in my stomach like a cold stone. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll add the cargo hold to tomorrow's priority areas." That night, I lay in my narrow bunk, listening to the constant hum of the ship's engines and the occasional creak of metal adjusting to the sea's movement. Despite my years of experience, something about this situation felt different, a persistent sense of wrongness that I couldn't shake. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start to the sound of my cabin door rattling. The digital clock on my shelf read 3:17 a.m. I sat up, instantly alert, and reached for the flashlight I kept beside my bed. "Who's there?" I called, swinging my legs to the floor. No answer came, but the rattling stopped. I crossed to the door in 3 swift strides and yanked it open. sweeping my light across the empty corridor outside. Nothing. Just the dull metal walls and the distant rumble of machinery. I was about to close the door when I noticed them. Wet. Footprints leading from my door toward the stairs to the lower deck. They weren't the distinct tread of work boots that the crew wore, but elongated, barefoot impressions that seemed to drag slightly on the left side. Sleep forgotten. I pulled. On my uniform and boots, checked the sidearm I kept locked in my desk drawer, and followed the trail. The footprints led down 2 decks, through a maintenance corridor, and ended abruptly at a sealed hatch leading to one of the forward storage areas. The hatch was secured with an electronic lock that required a crew ID to open. I keyed in my code, drew my weapon, and pushed the heavy door open with my shoulder, leading with my flashlight. The storage room beyond was filled with spare parts, life vests, and miscellaneous equipment. Narrow beams of light filtered through vents near the ceiling, illuminating dust particles that swirled in the disturbed air. "Security Officer Reed," I announced. "If anyone's in here, come out now." The silence was absolute. I moved methodically through the rows of shelving, checking behind crates and in the shadowy corners. Nothing seemed disturbed until I reached the far wall, where a ventilation grate hung askew from its housing. It was roughly 2 feet square, tight for an adult, but passable. Beyond it lay the network of ventilation shafts that ran throughout the ship. I replaced the grate and secured it, making a mental note to have Malik check all ventilation access points. If someone was moving through the ship using the air ducts, they could bypass most of our security measures. By the time I returned to the main deck, the ship was waking up. I went straight to Captain Haynes's quarters and reported what I'd found. "Christ," he muttered, running a hand through his thinning hair. "So we do have a stowaway." "Seems that way, sir. Though how they've managed to remain hidden this long is concerning." Haynes nodded grimly. "Assemble a security detail. I want every inch of this ship searched again, especially those ventilation shafts. And Reed..." He fixed me with a hard stare. "Keep this quiet for now. Last thing we need is panic spreading through the crew." I spent the morning coordinating a covert search operation with 4 of our most reliable crew members. Malik from engineering, Reeves as the captain's representative, and 2 deckhands named Walsh and Rodriguez who had military backgrounds. We focused on the ventilation system, maintenance tunnels, and other pathways that could allow someone to move unseen through the ship. It was Rodriguez who found the first real evidence. In a rarely used storage compartment near the engine room, hidden behind stacks of oil drums, we discovered what could only be described as a nest, a hollow gouged out of several foam insulation panels, lined with what appeared to be shredded fabric. Scattered around it were food wrappers, empty medicine containers, and, most disturbing, personal items that crew members had reported missing over the past week. Chen's silver pocket watch, a family photo belonging to one of the deckhands, Reeves's spare uniform cap. "What the hell?" Walsh whispered, his flashlight beam illuminating the disturbing collection. "This doesn't look like any stowaway camp I've ever seen." He was right. There was something profoundly unsettling about the arrangement of objects, as if they'd been gathered not for practical use, but for some incomprehensible purpose. And the nest itself, it reminded me less of a human sleeping place than the den of some burrowing animal. "Look at this," Malik said, crouching near the back of the space. His flashlight illuminated a series of marks on the metal floor, long, parallel scratches that no tool aboard should have made. They looked almost like claw marks. "We need to alert the captain," Reeves said quietly, her usual composure noticeably strained. "This isn't right." I nodded, fighting back a surge of irrational dread. "Agreed. But first, let's set up surveillance. Whatever's been living here will come back, and I want to see what we're dealing with." Within 2 hours, we had concealed camera equipment monitoring the nest and the approaches to it. The captain ordered increased security throughout the ship, with crew members instructed to move in pairs and report any unusual sightings immediately. The official explanation was a possible security breach, with no mention of what we'd found. That evening, as darkness fell over the Pacific, the first sighting occurred. A deckhand named Foster was checking equipment in the forward hold when he glimpsed what he described as a pale, thin figure slipping between cargo containers approximately 50 yards away. By the time he reached the spot, whatever he'd seen had vanished, but Foster was visibly shaken when he reported the incident. "It wasn't right, sir," he told me, his hands trembling slightly as he lit a cigarette. "The way it moved, like it wasn't fully solid and fast. Jesus, it was fast." "Human?" I pressed. "Are you sure it was a person?" Foster took a long drag, his eyes distant. "I don't know what it was, sir, but it was watching me. I could feel it." Similar reports trickled in over the next 12 hours. Chen thought he saw someone ducking into a storage closet on B deck, but the room was empty when checked. A kitchen assistant heard scratching inside the walls while working late. Walsh, on patrol in the lower corridors, reported footsteps following him that stopped whenever he turned around. The atmosphere aboard the Pacific Trader changed perceptibly. Conversations in the mess hall grew hushed. Crew members who normally worked alone found reasons to stay together. I noticed more than one sailor carrying makeshift weapons, wrenches, heavy flashlights, pieces of pipe. At Aero 200 hours, the surveillance equipment we'd placed finally captured something. The footage was grainy and dark, but unmistakable. A figure entering the nest area through what appeared to be a removed floor panel we hadn't noticed. The image quality was too poor to make out clear details, but even on the small monitor screen, something about the proportions seemed wrong. The limbs too long, the movements too fluid and disjointed. "What the hell is that?" Reeves whispered as we reviewed the footage in my cabin. "That can't be human." "Has to be," I said, more firmly than I felt. "Probably someone who snuck aboard at our last port. Malnourishment and extended isolation can cause strange behavior." But I couldn't shake the growing certainty that we were dealing with something beyond ordinary explanation. I'd encountered stowaways before, desperate people seeking passage to better lives, or occasionally thieves targeting cargo. They hid, they stole necessities, but they didn't collect personal trophies or move through ventilation systems with inhuman agility. I didn't share my darkest suspicion with Reeves or the others, that whatever was aboard our ship wasn't a stowaway at all, but something that had been with us all along, something that had only recently made its presence known. Captain Haynes called an emergency meeting in his quarters after reviewing the footage. Present were myself, Reeves, Malik, and the ship's most senior officer after the captain, Navigator William Harmon, a taciturn man with 30 years at sea. "Options," Haynes said without preamble. "How do we handle this?" "We need to isolate and contain whatever this is," I said. "Set a trap around that nest, flood the area with light, and capture it." Malik shook his head. "If it's been using the ventilation system and maintenance tunnels, there's no way to effectively trap it. Those pathways run throughout the ship. Could lock down sections progressively," suggested Reeves. "Seal off areas one by one and sweep them thoroughly." "That would take days," Harmon spoke up, his voice raspy from decades of cigarettes. "And we'd need the entire crew involved." "Which brings us to another question," Haynes said, looking around the room. "Do we tell everyone what we're dealing with? Because right now, I'm not sure we even know." A heavy silence fell. Finally, Harmon cleared his throat. "Captain, there's something I think you should know. Something from the ship's previous voyage." All eyes turned to the navigator. "Last crossing, we lost a man. Deckhand named Tucker. Official report says he fell overboard during a storm. Body never recovered. But there were rumors among the crew. Some said he'd been acting strangely for days before his disappearance. Paranoid. Claimed he kept seeing someone watching him from the shadows." "And you're just mentioning this now?" Haynes demanded. Harmon's weathered face remained impassive. "Didn't seem relevant until now. Sailors talk, Captain. Every ship has its ghost stories." "This isn't a ghost," I said firmly. "Whatever's aboard is physical enough to steal food and create that nest we found." "I'm not saying it's Tucker's ghost," Harmon replied. "I'm saying whatever happened to him might be connected to what's happening now." The implications hung in the air like a fog. Finally, Captain Haynes stood, decision made. "We'll inform the crew at morning assembly. Full disclosure about what we found, but no wild speculation." Reed, I want armed security patrols around the clock. Malik, see if you can find a way to restrict movement through those maintenance tunnels. Reeves, coordinate with communications. I want hourly check-ins from every crew member. Nobody goes anywhere alone. He paused, his expression grim. And prepare the weapons locker. I'm authorizing firearms for security personnel. As we filed, out, Harmon caught my arm, his grip surprisingly strong for a man of his age. Reed, he said quietly, there's something else about Tucker. The night before he disappeared, he told his bunkmate he'd found something in the cargo hold. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. Said it looked like a cocoon. A chill ran through me. Did anyone investigate? There was a search after. He went missing. Nothing found. Harmon's roomy eyes held mine. But I've been sailing these waters for 3 decades, Reed. There are things out there in the deep that science hasn't named yet. Things that don't belong in our world. I pulled away, uncomfortable with the direction of his thoughts. With all due respect, Mr. Harmon, let's focus on tangible threats. We have an intruder aboard. Flesh and blood, not sea monsters. But as I walked back to my quarters, Harmon's words echoed in my mind. The cocoon. The strange nest we'd found. The inhuman movement captured on our surveillance equipment. Could there be a connection? And if so, what exactly had found its way onto our ship? Morning dawned gray and oppressive, low clouds hanging over a slate-colored sea. The crew assembled in the mess hall, faces tense with anticipation. Many had already heard whispers about what we'd discovered. Others had experienced their own unsettling encounters during the night. No one looked well rested. Captain Haynes laid out the facts without embellishment. The evidence of an intruder, the strange nest, the sightings. He didn't mention Harmon's story about Tucker or speculate on the nature of what we were hunting. Instead, he emphasized safety, procedures, reporting protocols, and the importance of remaining vigilant. This vessel carries valuable cargo, he concluded, which makes us a potential target for various threats. Our priority is to secure the ship and ensure everyone's safety until we reach port in 11 days. Security Officer Reed will coordinate all operations related to the situation. I stepped forward, outlining the enhanced security measures and patrol schedules. As I spoke, I studied the faces before me, looking for any reaction that seemed out of place, any hint that someone among us might know more than they were saying. But I saw only the expected mix of concern, fear, and determination. After the briefing, we distributed handheld radios to all crew members and began implementing our containment strategy. The ship was divided into 6 zones, each to be systematically searched and then sealed where possible. I assigned myself to the first search team, targeting the cargo hold where the nest had been found. We descended into the cavernous space armed with high-powered flashlights, restraints, and, in my case, a loaded pistol. The air felt different down there, heavier, with an unfamiliar metallic tang that caught in the back of my throat. The massive shipping containers created a labyrinth of narrow passages and shadowy corners. Every few yards, I found myself glancing upward at the network of pipes and ventilation ducts that ran along the ceiling, the perfect hiding place for something that could climb. "Stay alert," I murmured to Walsh and Rodriguez, who flanked me with security batons at the ready. "Watch the overhead spaces." We moved methodically through the hold, checking between and underneath containers, inspecting every possible hiding place. The nest area had been sealed off with heavy plastic sheeting and was being monitored remotely, but I kept expecting to discover another one. The ship seemed different somehow, as if the familiar spaces had subtly altered in ways I couldn't quite identify. After 2 hours of searching, we'd found nothing new, just more of those strange scratch marks on some of the metal surfaces and a pervasive sense of being watched. We were preparing to move on to the next zone when Rodriguez's radio crackled to life. "Security team, this is Malik. Something's wrong with the surveillance equipment and engineering. Camera 3 keeps going. Offline. Request immediate assistance." I acknowledged the call and led my team toward the engine room. As we climbed the stairs from the cargo hold, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded. deliberately drawn away from something we were getting too close to discovering. The engine room was a cathedral of machinery, filled with the steady pulse of the massive diesel engines that powered the vessel. Normally staffed by at least 3 engineers, today it held only Malik and a young assistant named Torres. Both looked up sharply as we entered. "The camera above the auxiliary generator keeps failing," Malik explained, pointing to a monitor showing static. "I've checked the power supply and the wiring. Everything seems fine, then it just cuts out." "When did it start?" I asked, studying the monitor layout. "About an hour ago, right after we sealed off section B7. B7 was adjacent to the cargo hold we'd just searched, and part of the same ventilation network as the nest we'd discovered. Show me the camera location." Malik led us to a catwalk above the secondary generator system. The security camera was mounted on a beam near the ceiling, its lens pointed down at the machinery below. Nothing seemed obviously tampered with. "Wait here," I told the others, drawing my sidearm. "I'm going to check the surrounding area." The catwalk extended into a shadowy region behind one of the larger fuel tanks. As I moved forward, my flashlight beam cut through air that seemed thick with suspended dust particles. The metallic smell I'd noticed in the cargo hold was stronger here, mixed with something else, a biological odor reminiscent of low tide and decay. The catwalk ended at a maintenance platform tucked into a corner where 3 large pipes converged. And there, in the narrow space between the pipes and the wall, I saw it. Another nest, larger than the first, constructed of what looked like torn insulation, discarded clothing, and some unidentifiable fibrous material that glistened wetly in my flashlight beam. But this one wasn't empty. In the center of the nest lay a collection of objects arranged in a precise circular pattern, a dozen or so personal items stolen from the crew, watches, photographs, a crucifix, an e-reader, surrounding what appeared to be a small pile of organic matter. I leaned closer, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. They were teeth. Human teeth, extracted and carefully stacked like macabre trophies. I keyed my radio, keeping my voice low. "I need everyone at my position, now, and bring a camera." As I waited for the others, I scanned the surrounding area, focusing on the ceiling and walls. The pipes showed more of those distinctive scratch marks, deeper here, with gouges torn into the metal at regular intervals, as if something had climbed using claws or hooks. A ventilation grate above the nest hung loose, its fasteners missing. My team arrived minutes later, their footsteps clanging on the metal catwalk. I heard sharp intakes of breath as they took in the scene. "Jesus Christ," whispered Walsh. "Those are..." "Yes," I cut him off. "Document everything, then we seal this area like the other one. Nobody touches anything." Rodriguez began taking photographs while Malik examined the ventilation access point. "Reed," he called, his voice tense. "You need to see this." I joined, him beneath the open vent. He pointed his flashlight up into the dark passage, illuminating the interior surface. The metal walls were coated with a viscous, transparent substance that resembled thick saliva or mucus. It glistened in the light, dripping slowly downward. "What the hell is that?" I muttered. "Some kind of organic secretion," Malik replied, his engineer's analytical mind seemingly detached from the horror of the situation. "It appears to be hardening where it's been exposed to air longest. Almost like..." "Like what?" He met my eyes, his expression troubled. "Like a cocoon material. Some insects secrete substances like this to build protective cases." Harmon's words about Tucker finding a cocoon flashed through my mind. I stepped back, fighting to maintain my professional composure. "We need to inform the captain. Seal this area after you've finished documenting, and I want that substance analyzed if possible." As we prepared to leave, a soft thud sounded from somewhere above us within the ventilation shaft. We froze, weapons raised toward the dark opening. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then came another sound, a slow, deliberate scraping, like something heavy being dragged through the metal duct. "Fall back," I ordered quietly. Slowly. We retreated along the catwalk, never taking our eyes off the ventilation opening. The scraping continued, growing louder, then abruptly stopped. In the tense silence that followed, I heard a new sound, a wet, clicking noise like mandibles or teeth snapping together. Then it emerged. First came a limb, pale, emaciated, and impossibly long, bending at an unnatural angle as it hooked over the edge of the vent. The hand at its end wasn't quite human, the fingers too thin and elongated, tipped with what looked like hardened keratin formed into natural hooks. A second limb followed, then a head pushed through the opening. In the beam of our flashlights, its face appeared almost human for a terrible moment, gaunt, with sunken cheeks and pale skin stretched tight over protruding bones. But as it turned toward us, the illusion shattered. The eyes were too large, too black, reflecting our lights like a nocturnal animal's. The mouth opened in what might have been a grimace or a threat display, revealing teeth that had been filed or had naturally grown into sharp points. "Fire!" I shouted, raising my pistol. The thing moved with horrifying speed, skittering backward into the vent before we could get a clear shot. Metal groaned as it retreated rapidly through the ductwork, the sounds fading as it put distance between us. "What the fuck was that?" Walsh gasped, his security baton trembling in his grip. "I don't know," I admitted, my mouth dry with fear. "But we need to get topside and lock down the ship. Now." We practically ran back to the main deck, radioing ahead to alert the captain. By the time we reached the bridge, Haynes had already ordered all crew to safe zones, the mess hall, bridge, and select secured cabins. Armed security personnel were positioned at strategic points throughout the vessel. "Tell me exactly what you saw," he demanded after I'd given him a breathless account of our discovery. I described the creature as precisely as I could, though words seemed inadequate to capture its wrongness, the unnatural proportions, the predatory movements, the sense of something fundamentally inhuman despite its vaguely anthropoid appearance. "And you believe this is the same individual that's been stealing from the crew and building those nests?" "Yes, sir, though individual might not be the right word." Haynes's face was ashen. "What are you suggesting, Reed? That we have some kind of animal aboard?" I hesitated, aware of how deranged my thoughts would sound. "I'm not sure it's strictly either, sir. The way it moved, the modifications to its body, it's like nothing I've encountered before." First Officer Reeves, who had been monitoring security feeds at a nearby console, spoke up. "Captain, could it be possible? Given Harmon's account of Tucker's disappearance." She trailed off, seemingly reluctant to voice her speculation. Haynes turned to her sharply. "Speak plainly, Reeves." She straightened her shoulders. "Sir, what if it is Tucker? Or what's left of him?" The question hung in the air like a physical presence. I wanted to dismiss it immediately, but found I couldn't. The creature had been roughly human-sized, with a facial structure that, while distorted, could have once been a man's. And there was Harmon's story about the cocoon, a transformation of some kind. "That's impossible," Haynes said finally, but his tone lacked conviction. "People don't just change like that." "With all due respect, Captain," I said carefully, "we can't rule anything out at this point. Whether it's Tucker or something else entirely, we have a serious threat aboard. And it's hunting us." He nodded grimly. "Recommendations? We need to trap it. The ventilation system seems to be its main highway through the ship. If we can seal off sections and pump in some kind of incapacitating agent, gas, smoke, even extreme temperature, we might be able to force it into the open or neutralize it directly. The environmental systems weren't designed for that kind of manipulation," Reeves pointed out. "And we risk harming the crew if we start pumping unknown substances through the air circulation." "Then we hunt it conventionally," I said. "Armed. Teams, night vision equipment, motion sensors at key junctions. We establish secure areas for the majority of the crew and send our best people to find and neutralize the threat." Haynes considered this, then nodded. "Make it happen. I want 2 security teams operational within the hour. The rest of the crew stays in protected zones under guard." As the meeting broke up, Navigator Harmon pulled me aside again, his lined face grave. "Reed, there's company folklore about ships that travel certain Pacific routes, stories the old-timers Tell about things that come aboard. Not quite stowaways, but not quite anything else either. This isn't the time for sea stories, Harmon, I said impatiently. Listen to me, he insisted. They talk about the deep channels, places where the ocean floor drops away to depths we've barely charted. They say things live down there, ancient, things that occasionally unreach up, and sometimes they catch hold of something or someone and change it, remake it into something that can survive in both worlds. What are you saying? His roomy eyes held mine. I'm saying if that thing was Tucker once, it isn't anymore. Whatever's wearing his shape now is something older, something that's using his memories and his form to hunt among us. And it won't stop until it's fed. I pulled away, disturbed by both his words and the conviction with which he spoke them. We'll handle this threat according to protocol. If you have practical suggestions, I'm listening. Otherwise, please help maintain order among the crew. But as I walked away to organize the search teams, Harmon called after me. Check the ship's logs, Reed. You'll find we're directly above the Kermadec Trench right now, 6 miles of darkness straight down, the same place we were when Tucker disappeared. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. I assembled 2 4-person teams from our most capable crew members, equipped with weapons, radios, and what limited tactical gear we had available. Team Alpha, led by myself, would search the lower decks where both nests had been found. Team Bravo, under First Officer Reeves, would secure the upper levels and protect the crew gathering points. Before we deployed, I did check the ship's logs as Harmon had suggested. He was right. We were passing over one of the deepest parts of the Pacific Ocean, a massive underwater canyon that plunged to depths where sunlight never penetrated. The same coordinates where, according to the records, deckhand Tucker had gone overboard during a violent storm 11 months earlier. Coincidence, I told myself. It had to be. The alternative was too bizarre to contemplate. At 1600 hours, Team Alpha began our descent into the lower decks. The ship felt different now, quieter, as if holding its breath. Most of the crew were secured in protected areas, leaving vast sections of the vessel eerily empty. Our footsteps echoed off metal bulkheads as we moved cautiously through corridors illuminated only by emergency lighting and our powerful flashlights. Stay alert, I murmured to Walsh, Rodriguez, and Chen, who made up my team. Watch the overhead, spaces and check corners before advancing. This thing moves fast and vertically. We had reached the engineering deck 1 level above where we'd encountered the creature earlier, when the ship's lights flickered and died. Emergency power kicked in seconds later, bathing everything in dim red light. Malik, I radioed to the engine room. What just happened? Static hissed for a moment before his voice came through, tense and professional. Main breaker tripped, no obvious cause. We're investigating now. Could it be sabotage? Possibly. Or damage to the electrical system. We'll know more soon. I signaled my team to continue forward, an uneasy feeling building in my gut. The timing seemed too convenient to be coincidental, as if something had deliberately created a distraction or was attempting to hamper our search efforts. We reached a junction where the corridor split into 3 branches, one leading toward the cargo holds, another toward auxiliary engineering, and a third toward the crew quarters that had been evacuated earlier. I was about to direct our path when Chen's radio crackled suddenly with a burst of static, followed by a garbled transmission. Immediate assistance. B-deck. It's here. Oh God, it's... The voice, which sounded like one of the engineers, leapt in the engine room, cut off abruptly. Engine room team, report, I demanded into my radio. No response came. Engine room, come in. After several seconds of silence, I made a decision. Change of plans. We're heading to the engine room. Stay tight, weapons ready. We double-timed it through the corridors, the red emergency lights casting grotesque, elongated shadows that seemed to move independently of our bodies. The distant hum of the engines had taken on an irregular rhythm, like a massive heart struggling to maintain its beat. As we approached the engine room, a sound reached us, a high, keening wail that raised the hair on my arms. It wasn't quite human, sliding between pitches in a way no human vocal cords could achieve. Then it cut off abruptly, replaced by a wet, tearing noise that was somehow worse. "Stack up," I ordered, flattening myself against the wall beside the engine room entrance. My team took positions behind me, faces taut with tension. On my mark, we go in fast and spread out. Target anything that moves. I counted down silently, then shouldered through the heavy door, weapon raised. The scene inside seared itself instantly into my memory. The vast engine room, normally immaculate despite its industrial nature, was splashed with dark arterial spray. 2 bodies lay sprawled across the floor. I recognized Torres, the young assistant engineer, his throat torn open in a ragged wound that exposed glistening bone. Nearby, another engineer named Franklin lay partially propped against a control panel, his abdomen ripped open, internal organs glistening wetly in the crimson emergency lighting. Of Malik there was no sign. "Jesus Christ," breathed Walsh behind me, his voice barely audible over the thrum of machinery. "Secure the perimeter," I ordered, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Check the upper levels. Whatever did this could still be here." As my team spread out, I approached the fallen engineers, weapon at the ready. Torres was unmistakably dead, his eyes fixed in an expression of final terror. Franklin's chest still rose and fell in shallow, wet gasps. His eyes fluttered open as I knelt beside him, recognition flickering across his blood-spattered face. Reed," he managed, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. "It took Malik up into the vents." He weakly raised a trembling hand toward the ceiling. "Not human anymore. Something else wearing his skin." A chill ran through me. "What do you mean, Franklin? What happened to Malik?" Franklin's eyes rolled wildly. "It changes people, makes them like it. Malik knew, said he'd been feeling strange for days. Then it came down from the ceiling and..." A wet, racking cough interrupted him, fresh blood spilling from his lips. "We're all going to become..." His final breath rattled in his throat, eyes fixing on something beyond my shoulder. I whirled, weapon raised, but saw only shadows. "Team Bravo, this is Reed," I radioed urgently. "We have 2 men down in the engine room. Engineer Malik is missing, possibly taken by the intruder. Be advised, we may be dealing with multiple hostiles." Reeves's voice came back immediately. "Understood. We've got the crew secured in the mess hall and bridge. No sign of hostiles on upper decks yet." I glanced up at the ventilation duct that Franklin had indicated. The access panel hung open, its edges smeared with what looked like the same viscous substance we'd found earlier. "Captain," I radioed. "Situation update. We've lost 2 men in engineering and Malik is missing. Evidence suggests the creature may have affected him somehow." Haynes's reply was terse. "Explain." "Sir, Franklin's last words indicated Malik was experiencing symptoms before the attack. Feeling strange was how he put it. And there's something else." I hesitated, aware of how it would sound. Franklin claimed, he said it changes people, makes them like itself. A long pause followed. Finally, Haynes spoke again, his voice coldly professional. "Reed, you are authorized to use whatever force necessary to neutralize all threats. If Engineer Malik has been compromised, consider him hostile. Your primary mission remains the safety of this vessel and its crew." "Understood, sir." I regrouped my team, briefing them on the new parameters. Chen looked particularly shaken. He and Malik had been close friends. "You think Malik's become one of those things?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we proceed as if any unknown contact is hostile. Stay alert, watch each other's backs, and don't hesitate to fire if threatened." We continued our search, moving methodically through the engineering spaces, then descending toward the cargo holds. The lowest levels of the ship felt different. Now, the air heavier with that same metallic organic scent growing stronger. Shadows seemed to move at the edges of our vision, retreating just as we turned to face them. In the primary cargo hold, we found more evidence of the creature's presence. Slash marks on container walls, small pools of that viscous fluid on the floor and disturbing arrangements of stolen items placed in geometric patterns that made no logical sense. But of the creature itself, or Malik, we found no trace, until we reached the aft cargo section. The space was cavernous, filled with stacked containers creating a maze-like configuration. Our flashlight beams seemed to penetrate only a few yards into the oppressive darkness. The deck plates beneath our feet were slick with condensation, or something worse, forcing us to move carefully to avoid slipping. "Listen," Rodriguez whispered suddenly. We froze, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing beyond the distant rumble of engines and the creak of metal. Then it came, a soft, rhythmic clicking sound from somewhere above us. It moved steadily across the ceiling, following the line of a ventilation duct that ran the length of the hold. I signaled silently for the team to spread out, tracking the sound with our weapons. The clicking paused directly overhead, replaced by a wet, sliding noise. Then a voice called down, Malik's voice, but wrong somehow. The cadence unnatural, as if someone were crudely imitating human speech. "Reed, is that you down there? Thank God, I've been hiding. The thing attacked us in the engine room. I got away, but I'm hurt. Can you help me?" "Malik?" I called back, signaling for my team to keep their weapons trained on the duct. "Where exactly are you?" "In the maintenance tunnel above you. I can't get down on my own. My leg, it got me pretty bad." The voice was Malik's, the words reasonable, but something about it raised every alarm in my mind. No human could have navigated those narrow tunnels with a serious leg injury. "We'll come to you," I replied, playing along. "Which access point are you near?" A pause, then. "Junction B42, I think." "Hurry, Reed. I don't think I'm the only one up here." I nodded to Walsh, who silently checked his tablet mapping system, then shook his head. There was no Junction B42 in the ship's schematics. "Hold tight. Malik," I called. "We're coming up. Keep talking so we can find you." As we slowly moved beneath the duct tracking the voice, I switched to a private channel on my radio and contacted Reeves. "First officer, need immediate intel. Check personnel records. When did Malik join this crew?" Her confused reply came moments later. "He's been with the company 8 years. Why?" "What's his full name and hometown?" "Raymond James Malik, from Tacoma, Washington." "Reed, what's going on?" I ignored the question. "One more thing. His wife's name?" A brief pause. "No wife on record. His emergency contact is his sister, Ellen Malik Suzuki." I nodded grimly. 2 months earlier, during a shore leave card game, Malik had mentioned celebrating his wedding anniversary soon. A real Malik would know his own marital status. "Team Bravo, be advised. Engineer Malik has been compromised. If he appears on upper decks, consider him hostile." Above us, the thing using Malik's voice had continued speaking, its imitation becoming increasingly unnatural, slipping between recognizable speech and those wet, clicking sounds. "Almost there, Malik," I called. "Can you see our lights?" The voice stopped abruptly. For several heartbeats, absolute silence filled the cargo hold. Then a new sound began. A slow, deliberate scraping, like claws dragging across metal. "It knows," Chen whispered. "It knows we're onto it." Before I could respond, a section of the ventilation duct above us burst open. Something fell through the gap, landing with inhuman grace on top of a shipping container 20 feet away. In the beam of our flashlights, it resembled Malik only in the most superficial sense. It wore his coveralls, had his general build and facial features. But the similarities ended there. The thing moved with a jerky, insectal precision, its joints bending in impossible directions. Malik's normally warm brown skin had taken on a grayish pallor, stretched taut over a frame that seemed to have elongated. The eyes that stared back at us were black from lid to lid, reflecting our lights like polished obsidian. "Reed," it said, Malik's voice emerging from a mouth that split too wide in what might have been intended as a smile. "Why the weapons? We're all friends here." "Where's Malik?" I demanded, knowing the answer but needing to hear it. The thing cocked, its head at an unnatural angle, the movement more reminiscent of a curious spider than a human being. I'm Malik, it insisted, then seemed to reconsider. Or rather, I have everything that was Malik. His memories, his knowledge. It tapped its temple with elongated fingers ending in what were unmistakably hardened claws. He's here, just improved. What are you? Rodriguez whispered, his weapon visibly trembling in his grip. The thing's face contorted in what might have been amusement. A traveler, a pioneer, a patient hunter. It took a step forward, moving with that same unsettling fluidity. Your kind has named only a fraction of what lives in the deep. Some of us have been waiting, evolving, adapting for when we finally make contact. Stay back, I warned, steadying my aim. Whatever you are, you've killed crew members of this vessel. We will use lethal force. It laughed then, a horrible sound that began as Malik's familiar chuckle before degrading into that wet, clicking noise. You still don't understand, do you? I didn't kill your crew. I elevated them, transformed them, as I will transform all of you. With terrifying speed, it scrambled sideways along the container, moving parallel to the floor in defiance of gravity. The one you called Tucker was the first, a test subject. His adaptation was imperfect, too rapid, too unstable, but he served his purpose, retrieved more samples, prepared the way. Its black eyes fixed on me. You've seen his work, the nests, the collected items, studying you, learning what makes humans human. A cold certainty settled in my gut. There are more of you on board. The thing's lipless mouth stretched in a grotesque approximation of a smile. We're everywhere now, growing, changing. Some still look like your crew. Others have progressed further. I had heard enough. Fire! I shouted, squeezing the trigger of my pistol. The thing that had been Malik moved with blinding speed, scaling the wall and disappearing into the shadows above before our bullets could find their mark. Its mocking laughter echoed through the cargo hold, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Fall back, I ordered. Move to the upper decks now. We retreated, toward the stairs, moving in tight formation with our backs to each other. The darkness around us seemed alive with whispers and movement, shapes flitting at the edge of vision. The cargo hold had become a hunting ground, and we were the prey. As we reached the stairwell, Rodriguez screamed. I turned to see him being dragged upward by something gripping his shoulders from above, a pale, emaciated figure clinging to the ceiling with impossible dexterity. Walsh fired reflexively, his bullets tearing into both Rodriguez and the creature. They fell together in a tangle of limbs, Rodriguez's body cushioning the creature's fall. Before it could recover, Chen emptied his weapon into its torso. The thing thrashed and writhed, emitting that same high-pitched keening we'd heard earlier. Dark fluid, not quite blood, sprayed from its wounds, sizzling where it contacted metal. As it lay dying, I got my first clear look at what we were facing. This creature had once been human. I could still detect hints of Tucker's features beneath the transformations. But the body had elongated, the limbs stretched to grotesque proportions. The skin had paled to a translucent gray, revealing a network of dark veins and unfamiliar organs beneath. Most disturbing were the modifications that served no apparent purpose. Bony protrusions along the spine, ridges of hardened tissue across the forehead, fingers that had split at the first knuckle to form double-jointed appendages ending in hooked claws. It was as if something had attempted to redesign a human body according to an alien blueprint, with only a vague understanding of the original purpose. What the hell? Walsh breathed, staring at the twitching corpse. We need to report. This, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. And check Rodriguez. But Rodriguez was beyond help. The creature's claws had torn through his throat, nearly decapitating him in its desperate attempt to maintain its grip. His eyes stared sightlessly at the overhead lights, reflecting the red emergency glow. Captain, I radioed, we've engaged 2 hostiles, 1 neutralized, but we've lost Rodriguez. Request immediate backup at Cargo Stairwell C. Haynes's reply was immediate. Negative, Reed. We've got multiple contacts on the upper decks now. at least 3 crew members showing signs of transformation. We're barricaded in the bridge with 14 confirmed unaffected personnel. First Officer Reeves is holding the mess hall with another 9. My blood ran cold. How many crew are unaccounted for? A pause. Including your team? 4. The rest are either with us or compromised. The implications were staggering. Out. Of our 27 crew members, nearly a quarter had potentially been transformed into these creatures. Orders, sir? Make your way to the bridge if possible. If not, secure your position and wait for extraction. We've sent an emergency distress call with our coordinates. I checked my watch. Even at maximum speed, the nearest vessel was at least 18 hours away. Understood, sir. We'll try to reach you. I turned to Walsh and Chen. Their faces were pale but determined, professional training holding fear at bay, for now. We're moving to the bridge, I told them. Stay tight, shoot anything that moves unnaturally, and don't stop for anyone who isn't confirmed safe. Clear? They nodded grimly. We advanced up the stairwell, every shadow and sound a potential threat. The ship that had been our home for weeks had become alien territory, populated by predators wearing familiar faces. We had climbed 2 decks when a scuttling noise from above froze us in place. A dark shape moved across the landing above, briefly silhouetted against the red emergency lights. It was followed by another, then a third, all moving with that same unnatural fluidity we'd come to recognize. Back, I whispered urgently. Find another route. We retreated down the stairs, emerging on a deck that housed auxiliary systems and rarely used storage spaces. The corridor stretched before us in both directions, dimly lit and eerily silent. This way, I decided, pointing right. There's a maintenance ladder at the end that should take us up near the bridge. We moved quickly but cautiously, checking each doorway and junction before proceeding. The ship groaned around us, metal contracting and expanding with temperature. Changes, creating sounds that now seemed menacing rather than familiar. Halfway down the corridor, Chen stopped abruptly. Listen, he whispered. At first I heard nothing. Then it reached me. A soft, rhythmic tapping coming from behind a nearby supply closet door. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Could be a pipe, Walsh suggested without conviction. The tapping continued, unnervingly regular. Against my better judgment, I approached the door, weapon raised. Reed, Chen warned. We should keep moving. If there's a crew member in there, we can't leave them, I replied, though I shared his misgivings. I reached for the door handle. The tapping stopped abruptly. Taking a deep breath, I turned the handle and pulled the door open, stepping back, with my weapon trained on the opening. The supply closet was dark and appeared empty at first glance. Shelves lined with cleaning supplies and maintenance equipment cast complex shadows in the dim emergency lighting. Nothing moved. Empty, I began to say, then froze as my flashlight beam caught something on the back wall. It was a message, scratched, into the metal with something sharp. They hear through the walls. Trust no one. Find the first cocoon. Below, it was a crude drawing of what looked like an oversized chrysalis, with an arrow pointing down, toward the lowest level of the ship. What the hell does that mean? Walsh whispered. I shook my head, studying the message. The handwriting wasn't immediately recognizable, but the implication was clear. Someone aboard understood more about what was happening than we did. The first cocoon, I murmured. Harmon mentioned Tucker, finding something like a cocoon before he disappeared. You think that's where this all started? Chen asked. Patient 0? Maybe. I considered our options. The sensible choice was to continue toward the bridge, join forces with the captain and the remaining unaffected crew. But if there was a way to understand what we were facing, perhaps even stop it, we needed that information. Change of plans? I decided. We're heading to the lowest cargo hold. If there's answers down there, we need them. Walsh looked at me like I'd lost my mind. With all due respect, sir, that's suicide. We've seen what's down there. And it's spreading, I countered. If we don't find a way to contain this now, there might not be anyone left to rescue when help arrives. Reluctantly, they followed as I led the way toward a different stairwell, one less likely to be monitored by the creatures. As we descended, the ship seemed to close in around us, the air growing noticeably thicker and laced with that same metallic organic scent we'd encountered earlier. The lowest cargo hold was seldom accessed during normal operations, a cavernous space used primarily for ballast stabilization and emergency storage. It lay beneath the main cargo areas close to the keel of the ship. The only illumination came from widely spaced emergency lights that barely penetrated the gloom. We entered cautiously, our flashlight beams cutting through darkness thick enough to feel tangible. The air was different here, humid and heavy, with biological decay like a tropical swamp rather than a steel vessel. The deck beneath our feet felt wrong somehow, yielding slightly with each step as if we walked on something semi-solid rather than metal. "What the hell happened down here?" Walsh whispered, training his light on the nearest wall. The metal bulkhead was barely visible beneath a layer of that same viscous substance we'd found in the nests, but here it had spread like a fungal growth, covering nearly every surface, in translucent fibrous webbing. It pulsed subtly in our flashlight beams, as if responding to the light or our presence. "It's changing the environment," Chen said, his scientific background momentarily overriding his fear. "Modifying it to suit whatever these things are." I moved deeper into the hold, scanning for anything resembling a cocoon. The space had been transformed almost beyond recognition, support beams draped with fibrous material, deck plates covered in a springy, organic substrate, walls glistening with moisture that collected and dripped from the ceiling. "There," Walsh called, pointing his light toward the far corner of the hold. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. A large, oblong structure protruding from the wall, approximately 7 feet tall and 4 feet wide. As we approached, its nature became clearer. It resembled nothing so much as an enormous insect cocoon, constructed of the same fibrous material that now infested the hold, but hardened to a shell-like consistency. Its surface was translucent enough to hint at something large contained within, though details were mercifully obscured. "Jesus," Chen breathed. "You think Tucker's in there?" "Not anymore," I replied grimly. "I think this is where he changed. The first transformation site." Walsh approached it cautiously, his light revealing more details. The cocoon's surface was marked with intricate patterns, not random, but precise geometric designs that reminded me uncomfortably of circuit boards or mathematical equations. "It looks technological," he observed, "not just biological." He was right. Despite its organic composition, the cocoon had an engineered quality, as if designed rather than grown. Near its base, I noticed something else. Small nodules protruding from the main structure, each about the size of a fist. There were dozens of them, arranged in rows along the lower third of the cocoon. "What are those?" Chen asked, leaning closer. Before I could warn him back, one of the nodules pulsed and split open, releasing a cloud of fine, iridescent particles that engulfed Chen's face. He recoiled, coughing and pawing at his eyes. "Don't breathe it," I shouted, pulling him away from the cocoon. But it was too late. Chen convulsed violently, dropping to his knees. When he looked up at us, blood was streaming from his eyes and nose. "It's in me," he gasped. "I can feel it, changing things." Walsh and I retreated, weapons trained on our former comrade. Chen's body began to twitch and contort, his fingers elongating visibly, joints popping as they reconfigured. "Reed," he pleaded, his voice already altering, taking on that wet, clicking quality. "Kill me, before I become..." I didn't hesitate. A single shot to the head ended Chen's suffering before the transformation could progress further. His body slumped to the deck, a small mercy in a situation rapidly descending into nightmare. "We need to destroy that thing," Walsh said, nodding toward the cocoon. "Whatever it is, it's the source," I agreed. "We need accelerant, something that will burn hot enough to ensure nothing survives." We backed away from the cocoon, keeping our lights trained on it to monitor for further releases of those deadly spores. As we retreated, I noticed more details of how the hold had been transformed. The changes weren't random. There was a pattern to them, spreading outward from the cocoon in concentric circles of increasing modification. And that's when the obvious hit me. This wasn't just a transformation site. It was a beachhead, an invasion point. It's terraforming, I said aloud, the realization chilling me to the bone. Changing our environment to suit itself, starting here and spreading throughout the ship. Walsh's face paled in the harsh light. And then what? It just keeps going? I had no answer, but the implications were terrifying. If these creatures could transform both human hosts and their environment, what would stop them from continuing the process once they reached land? We need to alert the captain, I decided. This goes beyond our ship now. The whole response strategy needs to change. We hurried back toward the stairwell, but as we approached, sounds of movement echoed from above. The now familiar scuttling of multiple creatures descending rapidly toward our position. Another way out, Walsh urged, tugging my arm. There has to be another exit. We changed direction, heading toward the far end of the hold where emergency access ladders should provide an alternate route to the decks above. But as we ran, the deck beneath our feet grew increasingly unstable, the organic matter yielding and shifting like mud. Without warning, Walsh plunged knee-deep into what should have been solid metal decking. He cried out, struggling to free himself from the suddenly viscous surface. "Reed, help me!" I grabbed his arm, pulling with all my strength, but the deck material seemed to be actively gripping him, drawing him deeper with each movement. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see it climbing his legs, not just enveloping but merging with his flesh, dark veins spreading upward beneath his skin. "Shoot me," he gasped, the same plea Chen had made minutes earlier. His eyes were already clouding, black spreading from the pupils outward. Don't let me become one of them. Once again, I did what necessity demanded, granting a final mercy to a doomed comrade. As Walsh's body sank into the corrupted deck, I turned and ran, abandoning any hope of reaching the emergency ladders. The only path left was forward, deeper, into the transformed hold. The creatures were behind me now, their high-pitched keening echoing through the cavernous space. I could hear them communicating, a complex exchange of clicks and chittering sounds punctuated by distorted fragments of human speech. They were coordinating, hunting as a pack. With no other options, I pressed on, navigating through a landscape that grew increasingly alien with each passing yard. The webbing had formed arch-like structures now, creating tunnels and chambers that pulsed with bioluminescent light. The floor continued to yield beneath my feet, threatening to trap me as it had Walsh. Then ahead I saw something unexpected, a hatch in the overhead that appeared largely untouched by the transformation. It was a rarely used access point to one of the ballast control rooms if my mental map of the ship was correct. If I could reach it, I might find a route back to the upper decks. I moved as quickly as I dared, keeping to the sections of flooring that appeared most solid. The creatures' sounds grew louder, closing in from multiple directions. They were toying with me now, herding me toward some unknown destination. When I reached the hatch, I found it mercifully operational. With desperate strength, I spun the wheel mechanism and pushed upward. The hatch resisted, then gave way with a metallic groan. I hauled myself up and through the opening, then slammed it shut behind me, spinning the interior lock wheel to secure it. The ballast control room was blessedly normal, cold metal and familiar machinery, untouched by the organic corruption below. I leaned against the wall, chest heaving, allowing myself a moment of relief before assessing my situation. My radio crackled suddenly, making me jump. Captain Haynes's voice came through, distorted but intelligible. "All personnel, be advised. Emergency protocols are now in effect. Ship's self-destruct sequence has been initiated. Repeat, ship's self-destruct sequence has been initiated. Evacuation order for all uncompromised crew. Lifeboats will launch in 20 minutes. I stared at the radio in shock. The self-destruct system was a last resort, designed to scuttle the vessel in case of catastrophic damage or hijacking. Activating it meant Haynes had determined the ship itself was unsalvageable, and the threat posed by the creatures too great to risk them reaching shore. "Captain, this is Reed," I responded. "I've reached the ballast control level. Request extraction route to nearest lifeboat station. His reply was immediate. Reed, thank God. We thought we'd lost you. Proceed to lifeboat station 2 on the starboard side. We're holding that area secure. Be advised, multiple hostiles between your position and ours. Understood. I've got intel on the nature of the threat. There's an original cocoon in the lowest. Holds some kind of terraform mechanism. The entire space is being transformed. A pause, then. That confirms it. This is no longer a security situation. It's an extinction-level threat. These things can't be allowed to reach populated areas. Get to the lifeboat station if you can, Reed. But the ship is going down either way. What about the rest of the crew? Another pause. We've lost contact with First Officer Reeves's position. Bridge crew is evacuating now. Anyone we can confirm as uncompromised comes with us. The rest? He didn't need to finish the thought. I checked my weapon. 4 rounds remaining and plotted the most direct route to the lifeboat station. 3 decks up and about 200 yards laterally. Under normal circumstances, a 5-minute journey. But these were far from normal circumstances. I moved as quietly as possible through the ballast control room, finding an access ladder that would take me up to the next deck. As I climbed, I could hear them. Moving through the walls now, their bodies adapted to navigate spaces never meant for human passage. The ship's structure itself had become their domain. Reaching the next level, I found myself in a storage area used for furniture and interior fixtures. The transformation had reached here too, though less advanced than in the hold below. Patches of that fibrous webbing clung to the walls and ceiling, pulsing subtly with the same bioluminescence I'd observed earlier. I navigated through rows of stored chairs and tables, heading for the exit that would lead toward the starboard. Lifeboats. Time was critical now. The self-destruct would not wait, and from the sounds echoing through the ship, the creatures were mobilizing in response to the evacuation order. Halfway through the storage room, I froze. Ahead, silhouetted against the dim emergency lighting, stood a figure I recognized immediately despite the changes wrought upon her. Jessica Reeves, the first officer, blocked my path. Her normally immaculate uniform hung in tatters around a frame that had elongated and thinned. Her skin had taken on that same pallid gray tone, and her eyes, once a warm hazel, were now black mirrors reflecting my flashlight beam. "Reed," she said, her voice still recognizably hers, though layered, with those clicking undertones. "I've been looking for you." I raised my weapon. "Stay back, Reeves, I won't hesitate to fire." She tilted her head at that unnatural angle, studying me with emotionless eyes. "You still don't understand what's happening, do you? This isn't an invasion, it's an evolution. A gift." "Those men you killed might disagree," I replied, keeping my aim steady. "Necessary losses during transition. Not all hosts adapt successfully." She took a step forward, her movements fluid yet wrong, joints bending in ways human anatomy shouldn't allow. "But you, Reed, you're strong. Adaptive, you'd make an excellent candidate." "For what?" Her lipless mouth stretched in that grotesque approximation of a smile. "For joining the network. Becoming part of something greater than your limited human existence." "And what exactly is this network?" I asked, playing for time while searching for an alternate route past her. "We are ancient," she replied, her voice taking on an almost reverent quality. "We evolved in the deepest ocean trenches, developing in isolation for millions of years. Intelligence without technology, adaptation without tools." Her head twitched, the movement insectile and disturbing. "But we remained trapped by our environment until we learned to modify ourselves, to transfer our consciousness into more versatile vessels, human hosts," I said, the full horror of the situation becoming clear. "The perfect symbiosis," she continued. "Your bodies, our intellect, your world, our future." She gestured toward the walls, where the webbing continued to spread visibly. "This vessel is just the beginning, a proof of concept. When we reach shore, the real transformation begins." I'd heard enough. With no warning, I fired 2 rounds directly into her chest. She staggered backward. Dark fluid sprang from the wounds but remained standing. The bullets that would have killed a human had merely injured whatever Reeves had become. Before she could recover, I charged, slamming my shoulder into her midsection and driving her against a stack of crates. The impact sent us both crashing to the floor, and I rolled away, coming up in a defensive stance. Reeves moved with inhuman speed, scrambling across the floor on all fours, her limbs bending backward to propel her forward like some nightmarish spider. I fired again, catching her in the shoulder, spinning her around. My final round took her in the head, and she collapsed in a heap of twitching limbs. I didn't wait to see if she would stay down. With my weapon now empty, I sprinted for the exit, bursting through into the corridor beyond. Alarms blared throughout the ship, accompanied by automated announcements of the evacuation order. In the distance, I could hear gunfire and screams. Other crew members fighting their own battles against the transformed. The corridor ahead forked, one branch leading toward the lifeboat stations, the other toward the bridge. I hesitated for only a moment before choosing the route to the lifeboats. Whatever intelligence Reeves and the others could share was secondary now to the imperative of preventing these creatures from reaching civilization. I ran through passageways increasingly marked by signs of transformation, walls glistening with organic secretions, deck plates softening underfoot, lights flickering as the ship's electrical systems were compromised by the spreading corruption. The air grew thick with an acrid chemical smell that burned my lungs with each breath. Rounding a corner, I collided with another figure, human this time. Captain Haynes, his uniform torn and bloodied, a shotgun clutched in his shaking hands. "Reed," he gasped, recognizing me. "Thank God, this way. Lifeboats prepped and waiting." I followed him through a series of short corridors, emerging onto the starboard deck where Lifeboat Station 2 was located. The night air hit me like a physical force after hours in the corrupted interior, clean, cold, filled with the tang of salt and the promise of escape. The lifeboat hung from its davits, already lowered to embarkation level. Inside, I could see several crew members, pale, terrified faces looking out at us with desperate hope. We were literally their last chance of escape. "Go," Haynes ordered, positioning himself by the entryway. "I'll cover our retreat." I hesitated. "What about the others?" Reeves said there were more survivors in the mess hall. Haynes's expression hardened. "Reeves and her group were overrun an hour ago. We're all that's left." A clattering sound from the corridor behind us punctuated his statement, the now familiar noise of multiple creatures moving rapidly on walls and ceiling. "They're coming," Haynes snapped. "Get in the boat, now!" I complied, clambering into the lifeboat where 5 shell-shocked crew members huddled. Chen from communications, Simmons the cook, navigator Harmon, and 2 deckhands whose names I couldn't immediately recall. Their faces were masks of trauma, eyes wide with the horrors they'd witnessed. Haynes backed toward us, shotgun trained on the hatchway. "Release mechanism is primed," he called over his shoulder. "As soon as I'm in, hit the red lever on the control panel." He was 3 steps from safety when they burst through the hatchway, 3 creatures moving in perfect coordination. The first had been Deckhand Foster, still recognizable despite the grotesque elongation of his limbs and the gray pallor of his skin. The others were too transformed to identify, their bodies twisted into nightmare configurations that barely resembled humans. Haynes fired twice, the shotgun blasts deafeningly loud in the confined space. The creatures shrieked, their bodies absorbing damage that would have killed any natural organism, yet continuing forward with terrifying determination. "Go," Haynes shouted as the creatures swarmed him. "Launch now." I lunged for the control panel, slamming my palm against the emergency release lever. The lifeboat shuddered, then dropped away from the ship's side. The last thing I saw before we cleared the rail was Haynes disappearing beneath a writhing mass of pale limbs, his final act of sacrifice buying us the seconds we needed to escape. The lifeboat hit the water with a jarring impact, its automatic systems immediately engaging to move us away from the doomed vessel. As we pulled away, I got my first external view of the Pacific Trader and felt my blood run cold. The ship's hull was visibly transforming, the metal taking on an organic quality that pulsed and shifted in the moonlight. Tendrils of that same Fibrous material we'd encountered inside had begun to spread across the exterior, giving the vessel the appearance of a massive, partially formed cocoon. Even as we watched, sections of the hull rippled and distended, as if something enormous was moving beneath the surface. "My God," whispered Harmon, his weathered face ashen in the dim light. "It's turning the entire ship into one of those things." "What the hell were they?" Simmons demanded, his usual bluster replaced by naked terror. "What happened to our crew?" I had no answers that wouldn't sound like madness. Instead, I focused on the immediate priority. We need to put as much distance between us and that ship as possible before the self-destruct activates. The automatics. Motor pushed us steadily away, each second increasing our chances of survival. But as the distance grew, so did my unease. Something nagged at the back of my mind. Something important I was overlooking. Then it hit me. The cocoon I'd discovered. In the hold, the one that had killed Chen with its defensive spores. It had looked old, established, not a recent construction. "Harmon," I said suddenly, "you mentioned Tucker finding a cocoon before he disappeared. When exactly was that?" The navigator's rheumy eyes met mine. "Almost exactly a year ago." "Why?" The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. "We're directly above the same trench where Tucker disappeared, aren't we? Not by coincidence." Harmon nodded slowly. "The shipping lane passes over it twice yearly, regular as clockwork. Then these things, whatever they are, they've been planning this." I looked back at the Pacific trader, now several hundred yards away. Tucker wasn't the first infected. He was a scout, sent back to prepare the way. A year of subtle changes, building nests, studying us. "For what?" Chen asked, his voice barely audible over the lifeboat's motor. "An invasion," I replied grimly. "A beachhead. They're not just taking over the ship, they're transforming it into a massive incubator." As if in confirmation of my words, the Pacific trader's silhouette changed before our eyes. The corruption had spread to the superstructure now, the bridge and upper decks distorting into unrecognizable organic shapes that reached toward the night sky like grotesque appendages. "How long until the self-destruct?" demanded one of the deckhands, panic edging his voice. I checked my watch. Less than 5 minutes if Haynes activated it when he said. We fell silent, all eyes fixed on the distant vessel, now a twisted hybrid of ship and living organism. The motor droned steadily, carrying us further from immediate danger. But my mind raced with implications that reached far beyond our personal survival. If these creatures could transform a vessel of that size so quickly, what could they do to a coastal city? If even one of them reached shore, how rapidly would the infection spread? And how many other ships had passed over that trench, perhaps carrying dormant infiltrators to ports around the Pacific Rim? The questions cascaded through my mind, each more terrifying than the last. But before I could voice any of them, the Pacific trader erupted in a massive explosion. The self-destruct charges had detonated, ripping through the compromised hull with devastating force. The night briefly turned, today as the ship's fuel reserves ignited, sending a mushroom cloud of fire and debris hundreds of feet into the air. We shielded our eyes from the blast, the shockwave hitting us seconds later, nearly capsizing our small craft. When we looked again, only burning fragments remained on the water's surface, illuminating the night in a grotesque pyre. "Did that kill them?" Simmons asked, desperate hope in his voice. "Tell me that killed them all." I wanted to offer reassurance, but honesty compelled me to voice my fears. "I don't know. These things survived and adapted in deep ocean trenches. They're incredibly resilient." "We need to warn the authorities," Chen said. "As soon as we're picked up, we have to tell them everything." I nodded, but doubt gnawed at me. Who would believe such a fantastic story? And even if they did, what could be done about creatures that might already be spreading through shipping lanes across the Pacific? Harmon, who had been silently watching the burning wreckage, suddenly straightened. "Look," he said, pointing toward the water between us and the ship's remains. At first I saw nothing. Then movement caught my eye. Something breaking the surface approximately 100 yards away. A head emerged, then shoulders. A human figure, swimming strongly toward our lifeboat. "A survivor!" exclaimed one of the deckhands, moving to direct our searchlight toward the swimmer. "Wait," I cautioned, grabbing his arm. "Don't attract attention yet." We watched in tense silence as the figure drew closer. There was something wrong about the swimming motion. Too fluid, too efficient for a human who had just survived a massive explosion. As it closed the distance, features became visible in the light reflected from the burning wreckage. It was Malik, or rather, what Malik had become. His transformation was more advanced now, his head elongated, skin stretched tight over an altered skull structure. Even at this distance, I could see the black gleam of those inhuman eyes fixed on our lifeboat with predatory intensity. "Start the motor," I ordered, reaching for the controls. Full power now, but before I could engage the engine, the water around us erupted as more figures surfaced. 5, then 10, then too many to count. They formed a ring around our lifeboat, their pale forms glistening in the firelight, black eyes reflecting the flames like obsidian mirrors. "Oh God," whispered Chen. "They're everywhere." The nearest creature, the thing that had been Malik, rose higher in the water, its mouth opening in that too-wide smile, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. "Read," it called, Malik's voice layered with that alien clicking. Why run from evolution? The ship was just the beginning. The depths have waited eons for this moment. The other creatures responded with a chorus of chittering sounds, circling our lifeboat like sharks around wounded prey. I searched desperately for a weapon, finding only a flare gun in the emergency kit. "Stay back," I warned, aiming the flare gun at Malik's head. "We're not becoming like you." The creature's expression might have been amusement if such a human emotion could be attributed to its alien consciousness. "You assume you have a choice? The process is already underway. The water around you, it carries our essence." I looked down in horror at the dark water lapping against our hull. It seemed thicker than normal seawater, with an iridescent sheen visible even in the dim light. "The ocean itself is our medium," the creature continued. "Each molecule a carrier, each drop a transformative agent. You've been exposed since you entered the water." As if summoned by its words, one of the deckhands suddenly convulsed, clutching his throat. His eyes bulged, skin rippling as something moved beneath it. He screamed, a sound that degraded rapidly into that familiar wet clicking as his vocal cords transformed. In seconds, he changed before our eyes, body elongating, limbs contorting as his humanity was overwritten by alien genetics. The other deckhand tried to restrain him, only to be thrown aside with inhuman strength. The transformed crewman turned on us, his black eyes reflecting the distant flames, mouth opening to reveal newly formed fangs. I didn't hesitate. I fired the flare directly into his face. He shrieked, flailing backward as the magnesium burned through corrupted flesh. His thrashing carried him over the side of the lifeboat, back into the water where the circling creatures immediately converged on him. "The fuel tank," I shouted to the others, pointing to the reserve gasoline can secured at the stern. "Dump it in the water." Simmons understood immediately. While Chen and Harmon kept watch on the circling creatures, he and I wrestled the heavy fuel container to the side of the boat. With a final heave, we emptied its contents onto the water's surface, creating a slick that spread rapidly around our vessel. "Second flare," I called to Chen, who tossed me the emergency kit. I loaded another cartridge, took aim at the fuel slick, and fired. The night erupted in flames once more as the gasoline ignited, creating a circle of fire that spread outward from our lifeboat. The creatures shrieked, diving beneath the burning surface to escape the conflagration. For a moment, we had created a barrier between us and them. "The motor," I ordered, scrambling toward the controls. "Full power now." The engine roared to life, propelling us through a narrow gap in the flaming barrier. Behind us, I could hear the creatures' shrieks of rage as we escaped their encirclement. But the respite would be temporary. The fire would burn out quickly and they would pursue us. "We can't outrun them," Harmon said, his voice surprisingly steady. "Not in this." "We don't need to outrun them," I replied, eyes fixed on the horizon. "Just stay ahead until dawn." I checked my watch. 3 hours. If the distress signal went out before the ship was destroyed, help should arrive by then. And if these things can travel through water faster than we can? Chen asked. I had no answer for that. We pushed on through the darkness, the lifeboat's motor straining at maximum capacity. Behind us, the wreckage of the Pacific Trader continued to burn, a funeral pyre for those who hadn't escaped, and perhaps a warning beacon for any vessels that might approach. As we fled, I found myself wondering if we'd actually escaped at all, or merely postponed the inevitable. The creature's words echoed in my mind. The water carries our essence. Each molecule a carrier, each drop a transformative agent. Had we already been infected? Was transformation just a matter of time? I pushed the thoughts away, focusing on survival. The minutes stretched into hours as we maintained our desperate flight across the dark ocean. The burning wreckage receded into the distance behind us, until it was merely a dim glow on the horizon. No pursuit materialized, at least none that we could see. But that brought little comfort. These creatures had proven adept at hiding, at striking from shadows and unexpected angles. The vast blackness surrounding our tiny craft concealed untold threats beneath its surface. As the eastern sky finally began to lighten, revealing the first hint of approaching dawn, a new sound reached us, the rhythmic thrumming of helicopter rotors. We looked up to see a Coast Guard rescue chopper approaching from the east, its searchlight sweeping the ocean's surface. We're saved, Simmons breathed, already reaching for the emergency flares. Wait, I cautioned, grabbing his arm. I studied the approaching helicopter with growing unease. How did they find us so quickly? And coming from that direction? Harmon's weathered face creased in concern. You think they're not what they appear? I don't know, I admitted. But after everything we've seen, I'm not taking any chances. We watched in tense silence as the helicopter drew closer, its searchlight now clearly visible as it methodically swept the water. It was a standard Coast Guard rescue model, nothing outwardly suspicious about its appearance. If we don't signal, they'll fly right past us, Chen warned. He was right. We had seconds to decide: risk potential infiltration or lose what might be our only chance of rescue. I made the call, grabbing a flare from the emergency kit and firing it high into the lightening sky. The helicopter immediately altered course, heading directly for our position. As it drew nearer, I could make out official Coast Guard markings and 2 human figures visible in the cockpit. Nothing about them suggested the alien transformation we'd witnessed among our crew. The craft hovered above us, rotors churning the water into a froth as a rescue harness was lowered. A voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Survivors from Pacific Trader, we received your distress call. Prepare for extraction. One by one, we were lifted into the helicopter, Simmons first, then Chen, Harmon, and finally myself. As I was raised from the lifeboat, I cast one last glance at the ocean below. In the growing light of dawn, the water's surface appeared normal, undisturbed except for the ripples from the helicopter's downdraft. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something watched from beneath, patient, ancient, biding its time. Inside the helicopter, a Coast Guard medic checked us for injuries while the pilot radioed our recovery. They asked no questions about the ship's destruction, focused solely on our immediate medical needs. It seemed too simple, too normal after the nightmare we'd endured. Where are you taking us? I asked the medic, a young woman with a professional demeanor and clear human eyes. Naval Air Station North Island, she replied. You'll receive full medical evaluation and debriefing there. I exchanged glances with Harmon, who nodded slightly. If these were imposters or infected individuals, they were maintaining an impeccable human facade. The flight to the naval station took less than an hour. Below us, the Pacific stretched endlessly, concealing its secrets beneath a deceptively peaceful surface. I found myself scanning the waves, half expecting to glimpse pale forms swimming in our wake. But there was nothing, just endless blue, water reflecting the morning sun. Upon landing, we were separated and escorted to individual medical evaluation rooms. Standard procedure, they assured us, though it did nothing to ease my growing paranoia. The examining physician appeared entirely normal, a middle-aged man named Dr. Brennan with graying hair and a brisk, efficient manner. He checked my vital signs, took blood samples, and asked routine questions about my physical condition. "Any unusual symptoms?" he inquired, shining a pen light into my eyes. "Dizziness? Nausea? Skin irritation?" "No," I replied, watching him carefully for any reaction. Should I be experiencing any of those? Dr. Brennan's expression remained neutral. "Just standard questions after prolonged exposure to seawater. Your colleagues mentioned an explosion aboard your vessel?" I nodded, offering no details. "The captain activated the self-destruct protocol." "I see." He made a note on his tablet. And why would he do that? Here it was, the moment of truth. How much should I reveal? If this was a legitimate debriefing, they needed to know the full threat. But if the infection had somehow preceded us, revealing our knowledge could mark us for elimination. I decided on a middle approach. We had a security situation, intruders aboard the vessel. The captain deemed it necessary to prevent them from reaching port. Dr. Brennan raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. "Someone will be in shortly to take your official statement. In the meantime, rest here. You're safe now." As he left, I noted that the door locked automatically behind him. Safe or contained, I couldn't be sure. Hours passed in isolation. I was provided with clean clothes, food, and water, but no information about my crewmates or what was happening outside my room. When I tried the door, I confirmed my suspicion. I was locked in. Finally, the door opened to admit two individuals. A naval officer in formal uniform and a woman in a dark suit that screamed government agency. They introduced themselves as Commander Phillips and Special Agent Keller, though neither specified which agency the latter represented. "Mr. Reed," began Phillips, "we understand you were Chief Security Officer aboard the Pacific Trader. We'd like your account of what happened." I studied them both carefully before responding. "I'll tell you everything, but first, where are the other survivors? Are they safe?" "They're being debriefed separately," Agent Keller replied, her expression carefully neutral. "Standard procedure for incidents of this nature." "And what nature is that exactly?" I challenged. "Because I haven't told anyone the details of what happened on that ship." They exchanged glances before Commander Phillips leaned forward. "Mr. Reed, approximately 14 hours ago, we received a distress call from Captain Haynes of the Pacific Trader, describing an emergency situation of unprecedented severity. His final transmission included specific code phrases that activate certain protocols." "What protocols?" "Classification Omega," Agent Keller said quietly. "Reserved for confirmed encounters with non-terrestrial biological threats." The tension in my body eased slightly. They knew, or at least they suspected. "The others I was with, have they told you what we saw?" "They've provided accounts, yes. They're consistent in many respects, divergent in others. Trauma affects recall." Agent Keller placed a recording device on the table between us. "We need your version now. Every detail, no matter how implausible it might seem." I took a deep breath and began my account. The initial signs of intrusion, the discovery of the nest, the first sightings, and the horrific transformations we'd witnessed. I told them about the cocoon in the lowest hold, the terraforming of the ship's interior, and the creature's apparent ability to transform both human hosts and their environment. I described the conversations with the transformed Malik and Reeves, their references to ancient beings evolving in ocean trenches, and their plans for what they called evolution, but was clearly invasion. Finally, I recounted our narrow escape, and the creature's final claim that the ocean itself carried their transformative essence. Throughout my testimony, neither Phillips nor Keller showed surprise or disbelief. They asked clarifying questions about specific details, the appearance of the transformations, the physical capabilities of the converted crew members, the nature of the organic substances we'd encountered, but never questioned the fundamental reality of what I described. When I finished, Commander Phillips nodded grimly. "Your account aligns with what we already suspected. This isn't the first incident of this nature, Mr. Reed." "What?" I stared at him in shock. It's the first to progress this far, Agent Keller clarified. There have been indicators over the past decade, isolated reports from vessels passing over deep ocean trenches, unusual biological samples recovered from certain regions, disappearances that defied explanation. You knew about these things? I demanded, anger surging through me. And you didn't warn anyone? We knew something existed, Phillips corrected. Not its nature or intentions. Until now, encounters have been isolated, limited to individual transformations or small-scale incidents. Nothing approaching the systematic infiltration and conversion you've described. Agent Keller opened a tablet and turned it toward me. On the screen was a map of the Pacific Ocean, with several points marked in red. These are the locations of previous incidents, all along the edges of deep oceanic trenches. Your encounter occurred here. She indicated a new marker near the Kermadec Trench. How many ships have been affected, I asked. That we know of? 7 confirmed in the past decade. Possibly more that were never reported or were attributed to other causes. And the Pacific Trader? Have you confirmed its destruction? Phillips nodded. Satellite imagery captured the explosion. There's minimal debris remaining. The question now is whether the self-destruct was sufficient to eliminate all traces of these organisms. It wasn't, I said with certainty. We saw them in the water. Afterward, dozens of transformed crew members survived the explosion, and they indicated the water itself carried their essence. The implications hung in the air between us. If the transformation agent could spread through seawater, containing it might be impossible. That aligns with our preliminary findings, Agent Keller said after a moment. The blood samples taken from you and the other survivors show anomalous structures at the cellular level. Nothing overtly dangerous yet, but different from normal human physiology. My blood ran cold. We're infected? Not necessarily, Phillips interjected quickly. The changes are microscopic and appear stable for now, more like marker proteins than active transformative agents. We're continuing to monitor and analyze. And if they begin to change, to spread, what then? Either answered immediately. Finally, Agent Keller spoke with clinical detachment. Containment protocols would be implemented, but we're not at that point yet, Mr. Reed. Right now, you and your fellow survivors are our most valuable resource for understanding this threat. So we're lab rats now? I laughed bitterly. Studied until we either transform or die? You're witnesses to something unprecedented, Phillips corrected, and potentially humanity's best hope for preparing for what might be coming. The conversation continued for hours as they extracted every detail I could recall, no matter how seemingly insignificant. They were particularly interested in the physical capabilities of the transformed crew members, the communication patterns they'd exhibited, and any weaknesses I might have observed. When they finally left, exhaustion overwhelmed me. Despite my suspicions about my status, somewhere between guest and prisoner, I collapsed onto the narrow bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke to a gentle but persistent knocking at my door. When I called out, the door opened to admit Navigator Harmon, looking haggard but remarkably composed given what we'd experienced. They're letting us talk to each other now, he explained, taking a seat in the room's single chair. Apparently, our stories align closely enough that they're not worried about contamination. Contamination of what? Evidence or infection? I asked. Harmon's weathered face creased in a humorless smile. Both, I imagine. Have they told you about the others? Chen and Simmons? No. Are they all right? His expression darkened. Simmons is fine, physically at least. Mental state's about what you'd expect, but Chen... He trailed off, choosing his words carefully. They've moved him to a secured medical facility. He started showing symptoms, about 6 hours after we arrived. My stomach dropped. Symptoms of transformation? Harmon nodded grimly. Nothing dramatic yet. Changes in his peripheral vision, sensitivity to light, unusual patterns appearing on his skin, but accelerating. Christ, I muttered. And us, any sign of change? Nothing obvious yet, but they're monitoring us around the clock. Blood tests every 4 hours. He rolled up his sleeve to show me a medical port inserted into his forearm. Continuous sampling. I checked my own arm, finding an identical port I hadn't noticed before, either inserted while I slept or during the initial examination. The thought of being modified without my knowledge sent a surge of paranoia through me. "What do they plan to do with us?" I asked. Harmon shrugged. "Study us for now. Beyond that, depends on what happens, I suppose. If we start to change like Chen," he left the implication hanging. "And if we don't, then we become valuable assets. People who've encountered these things and remained human. Either way, I don't think we're walking out of here anytime soon." He was right, of course. Whatever we had become, witnesses, test subjects, potential threats, our days of normal life were over. The knowledge we carried was too dangerous, the possibility of delayed transformation too real. Days passed in a routine of medical examinations, debriefing sessions, and psychological evaluations. We were housed in a secure section of the naval facility, comfortable but unmistakably contained. Our meals arrived at regular intervals, our vital signs were continuously monitored, and armed guards stood outside our doors at all times. On the fourth day, Agent Keller returned with news. "We've established a new task force dedicated to this threat, Operation Deep Shield. You and Navigator Harmon are being offered positions as consultants, given your first-hand experience." "Consultants or specimens?" I asked. Her expression remained professional. "Both for now. Your medical status remains unchanged. Cellular anomalies present but stable. No progression toward the transformative state that Chen is experiencing." "And how is Chen?" For the first time I saw genuine emotion crack her professional facade. "Not good. The changes are accelerating despite our containment efforts. He's still cognitively human, but physically, the transformation is approximately 30% complete." "Is he conscious, aware of what's happening to him?" She nodded. "And remarkably cooperative, considering. He's providing invaluable data on the subjective experience of the transformation process." "I want to see him," I demanded. "That's not possible at this stage. The risk of accelerating your own potential transformation is too high. But he's asked about you, all of you. Seems concerned that he might harm you if the transformation completes." The implication was clear. Chen was fighting a losing battle against whatever was rewriting his humanity, and he knew it. "What about the ocean?" Harmon asked, joining the conversation. "Have you found evidence of this transformative agent in the water?" Agent Keller hesitated before answering. "Preliminary tests in the area where the Pacific trader went down show abnormal biological markers in the seawater. Nothing immediately harmful to human life, but concerning. We've established a quarantine zone and are monitoring shipping lanes." "It won't be enough," I said quietly. "You heard my account. These things have been planning this for years, maybe decades. The ship was just one vector. How many others are already in place? How many ports already compromised?" "That's precisely why we need your assistance, Mr. Reed," she replied. "Your insights into their behavior, capabilities, and potential weaknesses are crucial to developing countermeasures." "And if there are no countermeasures? If this is an extinction-level event, as Captain Haynes believed?" Her eyes met mine steadily. "Then humanity deserves every advantage we can provide in the time we have left." Harmon and I exchanged glances. Whatever our reservations about becoming government assets, she was right. We had seen the enemy firsthand. If there was any chance of preventing what we'd witnessed aboard the Pacific trader from spreading to the wider world, we had a responsibility to help. "All right," I said finally. "I'm in, but I want full disclosure from here on. Everything you learn about these creatures, everything you discover about our condition." "Same," Harmon agreed. "No more compartmentalization. We're either partners in this or we're just lab rats." Agent Keller nodded. "I'll make the arrangements. The task force is establishing a permanent facility on an isolated Pacific island. You'll both be transferred there within the week." As she left, Harmon turned to me, his expression grave. "You realize we're never seeing the mainland again, don't you?" Even if we don't transform, we're too valuable to release, and too dangerous to risk exposing to the general population. I know, I acknowledged. But better a gilded cage than becoming like those things we saw. And if that's not a choice we get to make, if transformation is inevitable, just operating on a different timeline for each of us? I had no answer for him. The possibility had haunted my thoughts since our rescue, that the changes might be dormant but inescapable, a ticking biological clock hidden within our cells. The following day, we were shown satellite imagery of the Pacific Ocean surrounding Ai, the site of the Pacific trader's destruction. Discoloration was visible in the water, a subtle but distinct pattern spreading outward from the wreckage site in concentric circles. Analysis indicated elevated levels of unknown biological compounds consistent with samples taken from our blood. It's spreading, Commander Phillips confirmed grimly. Slowly but consistently. Current models project a dispersal radius of approximately 50 nautical miles per month, following prevailing ocean currents. And when it reaches coastal waters? I asked. Unknown. The concentration may be too diluted by then to trigger immediate transformations. But we're implementing monitoring protocols for all vessels that pass through affected zones, and heightened security at ports that receive such ships. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough, but it was something. A recognition of the threat, at least, and the beginnings of a response. That night I dreamed of the ocean floor, vast, lightless trenches where ancient things stirred after eons of evolution and isolation. In the dream, I could see through their eyes, comprehend their alien intelligence. They didn't hate humanity, they saw us as we might view raw material, resources to be repurposed, vessels to be occupied, consciousness to be absorbed and improved upon. I woke drenched in sweat, the dream lingering with unsettling clarity. For a terrifying moment, I wondered if it had been a dream at all, or the first sign that something else now shared my mind. The transfer to the island facility occurred 3 days later. We were transported by military helicopter to a remote airstrip, then by smaller aircraft, to what appeared to be a newly constructed research complex on an unidentified Pacific island. The facility was a blend of research laboratories, medical units, and secure housing, all surrounded by multiple layers of security that seemed designed as much to keep things in as to keep intruders out. Upon arrival, we were introduced to the core team of Operation Deep Shield, scientists, military personnel, and intelligence analysts assembled from various agencies and disciplines. Each had been selected for specific expertise relevant to understanding and combating the threat we'd encountered. Dr. Eleanor Mitchell, the lead biological researcher, explained their current understanding of the transformation process. Based on samples from Chen and others who've exhibited changes, we believe the agent works by introducing what are essentially programmable stem cells into the host organism. These cells don't merely replace existing tissue, they rewrite it at the genetic level, following blueprints encoded in their structure, like a biological 3D printer, suggested Dr. Patel, a geneticist. Precisely, Mitchell agreed, but infinitely more sophisticated than anything in our current technology. The transformation isn't random or purely destructive, it's an engineered process designed to create specific capabilities while maintaining core functionality. What about Chen? I asked. How advanced is his transformation now? The scientists exchanged uncomfortable glances before Mitchell responded. Approximately 60% complete based on our metrics. His skeletal structure, musculature, and epidermal layers show the most significant changes. Internal organs are beginning to alter as well. And mentally? Is he still himself? Cognitive function remains largely intact, though altered. He displays increasing difficulty with certain abstract concepts and emotional responses, while exhibiting enhanced capabilities in spatial reasoning and pattern recognition. He still identifies as Chen, but acknowledges that his perspective is changing. The implications were chilling. Not a sudden, complete transformation like those we'd witnessed aboard the ship, but a gradual, almost methodical rewriting of human identity. I want to see him, I insisted again. This time, after consultation with the security team, my request was granted. with extensive precautions. I was equipped with a hazmat suit and escorted to a heavily secured section of the medical wing. Through a thick observation window, I saw what Chen had become. He sat on the edge of a hospital bed, reading something on a tablet. His body had elongated, limbs thinning and extending in the same manner I'd observed in the transformed crew members. His skin had taken on that characteristic gray pallor, with visible patterns of darker tissue beneath the surface that pulsed subtly with his heartbeat. When he looked up and saw me, recognition flashed in eyes that were now entirely black. He set aside the tablet and approached the window, moving with that same unsettling fluidity I remembered from the creatures aboard the ship. "Reed," he said, his voice still recognizably his own, though layered with faint clicking undertones. "They finally let you visit?" "Chen," I acknowledged, fighting to keep the shock from my voice. "How are you feeling?" A strange expression crossed his increasingly inhuman features, something between amusement and pity. Different. Clearer in some ways, more confused in others. He raised one hand, examining elongated fingers that now ended in the beginning of claw-like formations. "The physical changes are accelerating, the cognitive ones are more subtle." "Are you in pain?" "No. The process is efficient." He tilted his head in that characteristic angle I'd seen in the other transformed individuals. "They're trying to understand what's happening to me, to predict what I'll become, but they're asking the wrong questions." "What should they be asking?" His black eyes fixed on mine with disconcerting intensity. "Not what I'm becoming, but why. Not how to stop it, but what it represents." He pressed a hand against the glass between us. "This isn't an invasion, Reed. It's a convergence here. What does that mean? Evolution finds a way. Intelligence adapts. In the deepest parts of the ocean, cut off from the surface world, another path was taken. Another form of consciousness evolved. Now those paths are crossing. Again. These things killed our crew," I reminded him sharply. "They're converting humans against their will." Chen's expression remained eerily calm. "From their perspective, from my emerging perspective, it's salvation, not destruction. The human form is so limited, Reed, so fragile. What's coming is more." A chill ran through me at his words. It wasn't just his body that was changing. His very way of thinking was being overwritten. "Are you still in there, Chen? The real you?" Something flickered in those black eyes, a momentary return of fully human emotion. "For now, but I can feel myself receding, being incorporated into something larger." His voice dropped to a whisper. "They're in the water, Reed. Everywhere. What happened to our ship? It's just the beginning." Before I could respond, his demeanor shifted. He straightened suddenly, head tilting at that unnatural angle, expression becoming mask-like. "They're listening," he said, gesturing vaguely around the room. "Always listening. They think I don't know." "Who's listening?" I asked, though I suspected he meant our own people monitoring the conversation. His lipless mouth stretched in that familiar approximation of a smile. "Everyone. Everything. The network grows, Reed. Soon there will be nowhere that isn't connected." Medical personnel appeared at the door to his room. Apparently concerned by his increasing agitation, Chen backed away from the window, movements becoming more insectile, less human. "Watch the water," he called as they approached him with what looked like sedative injectors. "It carries their dreams, their plans, their..." The observation window darkened suddenly, cutting off my view. A moment later, Dr. Mitchell appeared at my side. "I think that's enough for today," she said gently. "His episodes of disassociation are becoming more frequent." "He's not disassociating," I replied grimly. "He's associating with something else, something that isn't human." The encounter with Chen haunted me in the days that followed. His transformation continued to accelerate, while Harmon, Simmons, and I remained unchanged, physically at least. The constant medical monitoring revealed those same cellular anomalies in our blood, but they remained dormant, neither spreading nor diminishing. Operation Deep Shield expanded rapidly, incorporating more specialists and resources as the reality. of the threat became increasingly clear. Surveillance of ocean trenches intensified, with unmanned submersibles deployed to unprecedented depths. What they discovered confirmed our worst fears: evidence of massive biological structures unlike anything in known taxonomy, concentrated at the boundaries between trench systems and the broader ocean. They're expansion points, explained Commander Phillips during one of our daily briefings. Organic outposts positioned where deep currents meet surface waters, like biological pumping stations, releasing these transformative agents into the wider ocean. Can they be neutralized? I asked. We're developing options, he replied, which I took to mean no, not yet. The dispersal pattern in the ocean continued its inexorable spread. Within 3 weeks, trace elements of the biological agent had been detected in water samples taken nearly 200 miles from the Pacific Trader incident site. Shipping lanes were rerouted, fishing grounds declared off limits, but the practical challenges of quarantining a section of open ocean proved insurmountable. The first coastal incident occurred 5 weeks after our rescue. A small fishing vessel operating outside the official exclusion zone returned to a port in Northern California, with its crew displaying early signs of transformation. The boat was immediately quarantined and the affected individuals isolated, but the psychological impact was profound. Though officially contained as a biological contamination event, rumors spread rapidly through maritime communities. More incidents followed: a cargo ship in the Sea of Japan, a research vessel near the Mariana Trench, a cruise liner in the South Pacific. Each was contained, the affected individuals quarantined, but the pattern was unmistakable. The transformative agent was spreading throughout the Pacific, carried by currents to distant shores. Chen's condition continued to deteriorate, or advance, depending on one's perspective. By the 6th week, he had completed what the medical team termed primary transformation. His body and mind altered beyond any meaningful connection to his human origins. Communication became increasingly difficult as his thought patterns diverged from human norms. During what would be my final visit to him, I found him huddled in a corner of his containment room, limbs folded in configurations impossible for human joints. His skin had hardened into a chitin-like surface, segmented and iridescent under the harsh lights. "Read," he acknowledged when I approached the observation window, his voice now predominantly that clicking, chittering sound with only traces of human speech. "You, still, fight." "Yes," I confirmed. "We're still fighting." He unfolded himself, rising to a height greater than his original human form, limbs moving with that fluid, unsettling grace. "Futile, the change, comes." He pressed a transformed hand against the glass. "Not extinction, evolution." "Forced evolution isn't evolution at all," I argued. "It's conquest." His head tilted, black eyes reflecting the light in prismatic patterns. "No. Force. Invitation." He tapped his temple with an elongated finger. "All. Here. Memories. Knowledge. Not lost. Transformed." "Into what, Chen? What are you becoming?" "Not Chen. Not alone." His expression shifted to something I couldn't begin to interpret. Network. Growing soon. Critical mass. Those were the last coherent words he spoke to me. The following day, he underwent what the medical team described as a secondary metamorphosis, encasing himself in a cocoon-like structure secreted from his transformed body. Attempts to penetrate or analyze the cocoon were met with aggressive, defensive responses, rapid temperature increases, and release of toxic compounds that required evacuation of the entire medical wing. 3 days later, the cocoon ruptured, releasing not Chen, but something that bore no resemblance to human form: a creature of multiple limbs, compound eyes, and translucent segmented body that moved with horrifying speed and purpose. It breached containment within minutes, killing 4 security personnel before being neutralized by concentrated gunfire. The autopsy revealed a body plan unlike anything in terrestrial evolutionary history, part arthropod, part cephalopod, with elements that defied biological classification entirely. Most disturbing were the remnants of human neural tissue integrated into an alien nervous system of far greater complexity. Following this incident, Security protocols throughout the facility were heightened to maximum levels. Harmon, Simmons, and I were placed under even stricter monitoring, though we continued to show no signs of transformation. "Why not us?" Simmons asked during one of our restricted social periods. "Why Chen and not the rest of us?" Dr. Mitchell, who oversaw our medical evaluations, offered the best theory available. Individual genetic factors seem to influence susceptibility and progression rates. Some human genomes appear more compatible with the transformation process than others. "So we got lucky?" I asked. "Or unlucky, depending on one's perspective," she replied. "The transformative agent is present in your systems, but dormant, possibly permanently. You might be carriers rather than viable hosts." The implications were both reassuring and disturbing. If true, we might never undergo the horror of transformation ourselves, but we could potentially spread the agent to others more susceptible. As the 7th week of our containment began, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Dr. Patel, analyzing tissue samples from both Chen's metamorphosed form and deep-sea specimens collected by the research submersibles, discovered a vulnerability in the transformative process. "It's the pressure adaptation," he explained excitedly during an emergency briefing. "These organisms evolved in extreme deep-sea environments, pressures hundreds of times greater than at the surface. The transformative agent they produce includes safeguards against pressure differentiation." "In English, Doctor," Commander Phillips prompted. "They can be destabilized by rapid extreme pressure changes," Patel clarified. "The transformed tissues literally break down at the cellular level when subjected to pressure cycling beyond their adaptive capacity. So we can kill them by, what, putting them in a pressure chamber?" I asked. "Essentially, yes, or deploying depth charges calibrated to create specific pressure wave patterns in water." He displayed a simulation on the main screen. "Our models suggest the transformative agent itself, the biological compound contaminating the ocean, could be neutralized by similar means." For the first time since the nightmare began, a spark of hope ignited. If the agent could be neutralized, the spread might be contained. If the transformed individuals had a vulnerability, they could be fought. Development of what was termed a pressure pulse generator began immediately. The device, designed to create rapidly oscillating pressure waves lethal to the transformed organisms, while harmless to normal biological life, represented our first real countermeasure. Initial tests were promising. Samples of the transformative agent exposed to the pressure pulses degraded rapidly, breaking down into inert organic compounds. Plans were developed for larger-scale deployment in affected ocean areas, using modified depth charges dropped from aircraft or vessels. But even as we made progress, reports from global monitoring networks painted an increasingly grim picture. The agent had been detected in major ocean currents far beyond the initial containment zone. Isolated cases of transformation appeared in coastal communities around the Pacific Rim, always quickly contained, always officially attributed to other causes, but growing in frequency. More disturbing were the reports from deep-sea research stations and submarines operating in the trenches. Massive biological structures had been observed at depths previously considered largely devoid of complex life, structures that showed signs of intelligent design and purpose. Some resembled the cocoon we'd discovered aboard the Pacific Trader, but scaled up to building size. Others appeared to be organic pumping mechanisms drawing deep waters upward toward the surface. "They're accelerating their timeline," Commander Phillips observed grimly during one briefing. "Responding to our countermeasures." "How could they know?" someone asked. The answer came from Navigator Harmon, who had been unusually quiet in recent days. "The network," he said, his voice hollow. "Chen mentioned it. They're connected somehow. The transformed individuals, the deep-sea structures, maybe even the agent itself. A distributed intelligence." His theory aligned disturbingly well with observations from multiple sources. Transformed individuals captured, in different locations, displayed coordinated behaviors, despite no apparent communication. The biological structures in the trenches shifted positions and configurations in patterns that suggested response to surface activities. We were not fighting isolated outbreaks, but a coordinated system, one that learned, adapted, and responded with intelligence that exceeded our understanding. The pressure pulse technology progressed rapidly from prototype to deployable weapon. Within 3 weeks, the first ocean tests were conducted. Modified depth charges dropped into confirmed contamination zones. The results exceeded expectations, creating dead zones in the biological agent's spread pattern that persisted for days before ocean currents diluted the effect. Mass production began immediately, with naval vessels and aircraft equipped to deploy the devices throughout the Pacific. For the first time since the horror aboard the Pacific Trader, it seemed we might have found a way to contain the threat. Not eliminate it, perhaps, but at least slow its advance enough to develop more permanent solutions. I should have known. It wouldn't be that simple. The counterattack came without warning. Across the Pacific, reports flooded in of massive biological structures rising from the depths, not individual transformed humans, but amalgamated organisms the size of small buildings comprising hundreds or thousands of fused bodies. They emerged near coastal cities, naval bases, and shipping lanes, releasing clouds of concentrated transformative agent directly into populated areas. Simultaneously, transformed individuals who had been in containment underwent synchronized, secondary metamorphoses, regardless of their stage of transformation. Security systems failed as facility after facility reported breaches, casualties, and complete loss of containment. Our island research center was not spared. Alarms blared throughout the complex as reports of multiple security breaches flooded the communications network. Commander Phillips ordered immediate evacuation to the emergency submarines docked at the island's northern edge, our last resort escape plan. As Harmon, Simmons, and I were being escorted to the evacuation point, the transformative agent we'd carried dormant in our systems for weeks suddenly activated. Simmons collapsed first, convulsing as his cellular structure began to rapidly rewrite itself. Harmon followed moments later, his weathered face contorting in pain as the dormant agent within him surged to life. I remained unaffected, the lone exception to whatever signal had triggered the others. As security personnel struggled to contain my transforming companions, Dr. Mitchell appeared, syringe in hand. Pressure-stabilized serum, she explained, injecting me before I could object. Experimental. Should neutralize any remaining agent in your system. Why me? I gasped as Harmon's transformation accelerated, his limbs elongating visibly as security personnel backed away in horror. Genetic compatibility, she replied tersely. You're naturally resistant. The serum should make you immune. We ran as the facility descended into chaos around us, the sounds of combat and inhuman shrieks echoing through corridors that had once represented humanity's best hope against the invasion. The pressure pulse technology, our one effective weapon, was being loaded onto the evacuation submarines along with critical research data. We reached the northern docks to find one submarine already gone, departed with the first wave of evacuees. The second and final vessel was being prepared for immediate launch, its crew hurriedly loading essential personnel and equipment. "Last call," shouted a naval officer at the gangway. "We're sealing hatches in 60 seconds. As we rushed toward the submarine, the ground beneath our feet trembled. The tremors intensified rapidly, concrete cracking as something massive pushed upward from below. The dock began to collapse, sections falling away into suddenly churning waters. "Run!" Mitchell screamed, pushing me ahead of her as the dock disintegrated behind us. I leaped the final distance to the submarine's deck, turning back in time to see Mitchell falter as the section beneath her gave way. I lunged, catching her arm as she fell, struggling to pull her to safety as the submarine's crew shouted for immediate departure. From the waters below emerged a nightmare, a massive, pale form composed of countless transformed bodies fused into a single horrific entity. Tentacle-like appendages, each ending in recognizably human components. Hands, faces, segments of torsos, reached upward toward the submarine. With a final desperate effort, I pulled Mitchell aboard as the submarine's engines roared to life. The hatch slammed shut behind us, sealing seconds before those grasping appendages could reach us. The vessel shuddered as it pulled away from the collapsing dock, diving deep to escape the monstrosities converging on the island facility. Inside, organized chaos reigned as scientists secured critical research materials and military personnel prepared defensive systems. Through a viewport, I watched our island sanctuary recede, then disappear beneath the waves as the colossal organisms surrounded it. The last glimpse showed the research buildings collapsing as pale, writhing forms overran them completely. "Where are we heading?" I asked the submarine's commander, a grim-faced woman named Captain Vasquez. "Secure facility on the mainland," she replied. "One of several fallback positions established for exactly this scenario." "And the countermeasures? The pressure pulse technology? Prototypes and specifications distributed to multiple installations weeks ago. Mass production continues at hardened facilities inland." She met my eyes directly. "This isn't a total defeat, Mr. Reed, just a strategic withdrawal." But her words carried little conviction. The coordinated nature of the attack, the sudden activation of dormant agents, the appearance of those massive amalgamated organisms, all pointed to an adversary far more sophisticated and adaptable than we had anticipated. Our submarine traveled, in deep waters, avoiding the surface where transformed entities might be watching. On board, scientists continued their work, analyzing data from the collapsed facility and refining the pressure pulse technology. Dr. Mitchell conducted regular examinations of my blood, confirming that the experimental serum had indeed neutralized the transformative agent in my system. "You may be our most valuable asset now," she told me during one such examination. "The first confirmed case of complete neutralization. If we can understand why the serum worked for you specifically, we might develop a more universally effective version." 3 days into our journey, sonar detected multiple large objects tracking our course from a distance. Biological entities moving at speeds no natural marine organism should achieve. Captain Vasquez ordered evasive maneuvers, taking us deeper, into pressure zones that should theoretically inhibit the transformed organisms. The pursuers fell back temporarily, but returned each time we ascended to more navigable depths. They were learning, adapting to the pressure limitations that had been their primary vulnerability. On the 5th day, as we approached the underwater approach to the mainland facility, our sonar operator detected something massive blocking our intended path, a structure of biological origin spanning the underwater canyon we needed to traverse. "It's a barricade," explained the sonar technician, displaying the acoustic image on the main screen. "Organic in composition, but with an engineered structure. They've anticipated our route." Captain Vasquez considered our options. "Can we go around?" "Not without surfacing or adding days to our journey," came the reply. "We're running low on oxygen reserves." "And our pressure pulse weapons?" "Limited range, and we don't know if they've adapted resistance." A tense silence filled the command center. Finally, I spoke up. "They want me, don't they? The last unaffected survivor from the Pacific Trader, the one person who's proven resistant to their transformative agent." Dr. Mitchell looked sharply at me. "What are you suggesting?" "Use me as bait," I said simply. "I take a diving pod, draw them away from the submarine. You break through while they're distracted." Immediate objections arose from multiple quarters, but I silenced them with a raised hand. "This isn't noble sacrifice, it's practical strategy. I'm immune now. Even if captured, I can't be transformed. And I'm carrying the serum in my blood, the one thing they have no defense against yet." Captain Vasquez studied me for a long moment, then nodded curtly. "It could work, but we'd need to create a distraction of our own to cover your return once we've broken through." "Pressure pulse charges. On timers," suggested Mitchell, "deployed behind us as we passed through the barricade." The plan came together quickly. I would pilot a small submersible pod toward the surface, drawing pursuit from the entities tracking us. Meanwhile, the submarine would approach the biological barricade and deploy focused pressure pulse charges to create a breach. Once through, they would deploy additional charges on timers, creating a window for my return if possible. "If I don't make it back," I told Mitchell as I prepared for the mission, "make sure the research continues. The serum works. It's our best hope." She clasped my hand briefly. "We'll be waiting for you on the other side." The diving pod was little more than a reinforced bubble with minimal propulsion and life support, designed for short-range reconnaissance, not combat or extended operations. As I sealed myself inside and departed the submarine's docking bay, I felt the weight of isolation more acutely than at any point since the nightmare began aboard the Pacific Trader. I piloted the pod upward at maximum speed, away from the submarine's last position. Almost immediately, sonar detected multiple contacts breaking away from their holding pattern to pursue me. The plan was working. The entities were prioritizing my capture over maintaining their blockade. Through the pod's viewports, I caught glimpses of my pursuers, pale, elongated forms that swam with the combined power and grace of multiple fused bodies. They moved with clear purpose, coordinating their approach to herd me into a specific direction rather than simply overtaking the slower pod. As they closed in, I received the confirmation signal from the submarine. They had breached the barricade and passed through. The time charges were set. My window for return would open in approximately 15 minutes. I altered course, diving back toward the deeper water where the barricade had been positioned. The pursuing entities adjusted immediately, accelerating to cut off my escape route. One drew alongside my pod, close enough that I could see the horror of its composition. A fusion of dozens of transformed human bodies, their individual features still recognizable though subsumed into the greater whole. Eyes, human eyes, studded, its surface all moving independently, all fixing on me with terrible recognition. The pod shuddered as something grasped it from below, another entity, larger than the first, dragging me off course. Warning lights flashed across my control panel as the pod's hull integrity was compromised. Water began seeping in through hairline fractures. My pursuit had served its purpose. The submarine was clear, but my own chances of escape were dwindling, rapidly. The pod's propulsion systems failed as the entities tightened their grip, halting my movement entirely. Through the viewports, I could see more of them converging from all directions, a gathering of abominations focusing their collective attention on my capture. Then, precisely on schedule, the pressure pulse charges detonated. The shock wave hit moments later, a wall of concentrated pressure differentials that rippled through the water with devastating effect. The entities surrounding me convulsed violently, their fused bodies distorting as the pressure cycles attacked the very structure of their transformed tissue. They released the pod, retreating in what appeared to be genuine pain. I took advantage of their disorientation, restarting the pod's backup propulsion and driving toward the now clear passage through the barricade. More entities converged ahead, but they moved with less coordination now, their network communication apparently disrupted by the pressure pulses. I navigated between them, pushing the damaged pod to its limits as water continued to seep in around my feet. The submarine waited on the other side of the passage, holding position despite the risk. As I approached, its docking bay opened, ready to receive the pod before continuing toward the mainland facility. I was less than 50 yards from safety when the entities recovered enough coordination to launch a final, desperate attack. They surrounded the pod, no longer attempting to capture but to destroy, tearing at the compromised hull with transformed limbs that functioned as natural weapons. The viewport shattered, seawater flooding in with crushing force. In that final moment, as the pod imploded around me, I had a vision of the future, a world half transformed, humanity fighting a losing battle against an adversary that had evolved in Earth's most extreme environment for millions of years, patient and adaptable beyond our comprehension. But I also saw hope, the serum in my blood, proof that the transformative process could be stopped, reversed, prevented. If enough of humanity remained unaltered long enough to develop and distribute an improved version, there might still be a chance to preserve what made us human. The submarine's rescue team reached me seconds after the pod's collapse. Special Forces divers trained for exactly this scenario. They pulled my unconscious body from the wreckage, administering emergency oxygen as they retreated to the submarine under covering fire from pressure pulse weapons. I awoke days later in a medical facility built deep beneath the rocky coastline of what I later learned was a classified location in the Pacific Northwest. Dr. Mitchell was there, monitoring my recovery personally. "Welcome back to the world of the living," she said when I finally opened my eyes. "You came closer to joining the other side than anyone who's lived to tell about it." "The submarine?" I croaked, throat raw from the breathing tube recently removed. "Made it safely. Every person, every piece of research data." She checked the monitors beside my bed. "Your blood samples are already being used to develop the next generation of the serum. More stable, more universally effective." "And out there?" I gestured vaguely toward the surface. "How bad?" Her expression sobered. "It's a war now. Not officially declared, but being fought nonetheless. The pressure pulse technology is our primary defense, deployed wherever the transformation appears. But they're adapting, finding ways to shield themselves from the effects." "The ocean?" I was aboard the cargo freighter Northern Star when I noticed something strange. Small pits and depressions forming along the waterline, like bite marks in the metal. Our chief engineer, Russell Hayes, dismissed it as standard corrosion, but each day the marks grew larger, more numerous, spreading. I measured them in secret, confirming what I already feared. Something was eating through our ship. The Northern Star wasn't a glamorous vessel by any stretch. A 180-meter bulk carrier with peeling paint and rusted railings that had seen better decades. But she was solid, dependable. Or at least, that's what I'd been told when I signed on as the navigation officer for the Trans-Pacific route. The money was good, and after my divorce from Elena, I needed both the escape and the cash. My cabin was on the second deck, a cramped box with barely enough room for a bunk, desk, and locker. The walls were painted an institutional gray that had yellowed with age and cigarette smoke from previous occupants. The single porthole, perpetually streaked with salt, offered a view of nothing but steel-gray waves stretching to the horizon. When the weather was rough, which was often, water would splash against the glass, creating a hypnotic rhythm that either lulled you to sleep or drove you mad, depending on your constitution. I first spotted the irregularities 3 days after, leaving port. The weather had been calm enough for Captain Reeves to order a visual inspection of the exterior hull, standard procedure after some routine maintenance we'd had done in port. I was accompanying Walker, our boatswain, a heavy-set man with calloused hands and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, as we traversed the narrow gangway that ran along the exterior of the ship. "Hold the light steady, Mason," Walker grumbled, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. The beam of my flashlight skittered across the metal surface as we made our way forward. That's when I saw them, a cluster of dimples in the steel plating just above the waterline. They weren't large, perhaps the size of a quarter, but there were dozens of them scattered in an irregular pattern. "Walker, what do you make of these?" I asked, directing my light at the marks. He squinted, leaning forward precariously over the railing. "Huh. Barnacles, maybe. Could have attached and then broken off. But there was something about those marks that didn't sit right. Barnacles leave a rough, circular residue when removed. These were smooth depressions, as if something had taken precise bites out of the hull. "Should we report it?" I asked. Walker shrugged. "Sure, noted in the log, but it's probably nothing. Metal fatigue, maybe. This old girl's been through a lot." I nodded, but made a mental note to check that section again the next day. As navigation officer, it wasn't strictly my responsibility, but something about those marks nagged at me, like an itch I couldn't scratch. That night, I dreamt of teeth, row upon row of metallic teeth grinding and chewing their way through steel as if it were paper. I woke drenched in sweat, the ship's engines thrumming beneath me like a heartbeat. The following day, I returned to the spot where I'd seen the marks. Walker was busy supervising the securing of cargo after some rough weather overnight, so I went alone, carrying a small digital camera I'd brought to document my travels. The sun was bright, reflecting off the water in blinding flashes, making it difficult to see. But when I reached the section of hull, my blood ran cold. The marks had grown, not by much, but enough to notice. What had been quarter-sized depressions were now closer to golf ball-sized divots, and there were more of them, extending in a jagged line along the waterline. I took several photos, then used a small measuring tape to document their size. Most were between 1.5 and 2 centimeters deep now, as if something had been patiently, methodically excavating the metal. "What the hell are you doing out here, Mason?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. Russell Hayes, our chief engineer, stood a few feet away, his bushy eyebrows drawn together in a frown. Hayes was in his early 60s, with steel gray hair cropped, short and hands perpetually stained with engine grease. He had a reputation for being a no-nonsense by-the-book type, who'd been sailing these routes for longer than I'd been alive. "I was checking some unusual markings I noticed yesterday," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "They seem to be growing." Hayes snorted. "Growing? Metal doesn't grow, son. It corrodes, fatigues, and breaks, that's all." "See for yourself," I said, gesturing to the pockmarked section. Hayes leaned over the railing, squinting through, reading. Glasses that perched precariously on the end of his nose. After a moment, he grunted. "Electrolytic corrosion. Happens when dissimilar metals are submerged in a conductive solution, like salt water." He straightened up, adjusting his cap. "We had some hull patches done in Yokohama. Probably used a different grade of steel than the original. Nothing to worry about." "But they weren't this big yesterday," I insisted. "Look, Mason, I've been sailing these waters for 30 years. I've seen every type of corrosion, metal fatigue, and structural defect you can imagine. This," he gestured dismissively at the hull, "is nothing. Standard wear and tear on an aging vessel. If you're concerned, put it in your report, but I'm telling you now, it's nothing to lose sleep over." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me staring at the pitted metal. I knew what I had seen. Those marks had grown overnight, but without more concrete evidence, it would be my word against Hayes's, and he had seniority and experience on his side. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with the Northern Star. The ship's crew numbered 22 in total, a standard complement for a vessel of the Star's size and class. Most kept to themselves, professional but not particularly friendly. Many were veterans of dozens of similar voyages, their faces weathered by salt air and resignation. To them, this was just another job, another paycheck. Among them, I had grown, closest to Liam Parker, the ship's communications officer. Liam was in his late 20s with sandy blonde hair and a nervous habit of cracking his knuckles when thinking. He had a fiancée waiting back home and talked about her constantly. Beth this, Beth that, to the point where the rest of us felt we knew her intimately despite never having met her. "I'm telling you, Liam, something's off with this ship," I said over dinner in the mess hall that evening. The food was predictably terrible, some unidentifiable meat drowning in brown gravy with overcooked vegetables on the side. Liam poked at his food, pushing it around his plate rather than eating it. "You're being paranoid, Alex." Hayes is right. Old ships develop weird issues all the time. But the marks are growing. I measured them. "Maybe you measured wrong the first time," he suggested, finally taking a reluctant bite of meat. He grimaced at the taste. God, I miss Beth's cooking. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I know what I saw, and there's something else." I lowered my voice, aware of other crew members within earshot. "I swear I heard noises last night. Coming from inside the walls of my cabin." Liam paused mid-chew, raising an eyebrow. "What kind of noises?" "Like scraping. Metal on metal, but softer, almost rhythmic." I struggled to describe the sound that had kept me awake. "Like something moving inside the hull itself," Liam snorted. "Ships make noise, Alex. The hull expands and contracts with temperature changes, metal groans, that's just physics." This was different, I insisted. More deliberate, almost like... Like what? I hesitated, aware of how ridiculous I would sound. "Like chewing." Liam stared at me for a moment, then burst out laughing. Several crew members glanced our way, and I felt my face flush with embarrassment. "Chewing? Seriously?" Liam shook his head. "Listen to yourself, man. The stress is getting to you, or maybe you're going stir-crazy already. We've still got weeks before we reach port." "Forget it," I muttered, stabbing at my meal with more force than necessary. Maybe he was right. Maybe the isolation was affecting my judgment, making me see patterns where there were none. Or maybe it was guilt. The last conversation with Elena before I left had been particularly bitter, with accusations hurled like weapons. The memory of her tear-streaked face had haunted me since departure. After dinner, I returned to my cabin and tried to distract myself with a paperback thriller I'd brought along. But the words swam on the page, refusing to coalesce into meaning. Outside my porthole, night had fallen, turning the window into a black mirror that reflected my tired face back at me. The steady hum of the engines provided a constant backdrop, punctuated occasionally by the creak of metal as the ship rode the swells. Just as I was beginning to doze off, I heard it again, that strange wet sound coming from somewhere inside the walls. Scrape paws, like a tongue licking across teeth. I sat bolt upright, every nerve on high alert. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish immediately afterward. What was I expecting? For the walls to answer? The sound stopped abruptly. I held my breath, straining to hear. For several long minutes, there was nothing but the normal sounds of the ship. Then, just as I was convincing myself I had imagined it, the noise returned. Louder now and unmistakably like something chewing its way through metal. I scrambled out of bed, pressing my ear against the cold wall. The sound was definitely coming. From within, a slow, deliberate grinding that sent shivers down my spine. I grabbed my flashlight and examined the wall carefully, looking for any sign of movement or disturbance. The metal felt unexpectedly warm to the touch, almost feverish despite the perpetual chill of my cabin. There, a tiny bulge in the metal, no bigger than my thumbnail, pulsing slightly, as if something were pushing against it from the other side. As I watched, frozen in horrified fascination, a hairline crack appeared at its center, widening ever so slightly with each pulse. A drop of something dark and viscous, too thick to be water, too dark to be oil, oozed through the crack, running down the wall like a tear. I jerked my hand back as if burned. This was impossible. Metal doesn't pulse, it doesn't bleed, unless it wasn't metal anymore. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Whatever was happening to the hull on the outside was changing it from within as well, transforming it into something else, something alive. I needed proof. Concrete evidence that would force Hayes and Captain Reeves to take this seriously. With shaking hands, I retrieved my camera and took several photos of the pulsing bulge and the viscous fluid now, pooling on the floor beneath it. Then, steeling myself, I took a ballpoint pen from my desk and cautiously touched the tip to the fluid. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. The pen began to dissolve, the plastic casing bubbling and melting as if dipped in acid. I dropped, with a yelp of surprise, watching as it continued to disintegrate on the floor, leaving a blackened stain on the metal. This was no ordinary corrosion. This was something else entirely. Something impossible. I had to tell someone. Show them. Make them believe. But as I turned to leave my cabin, the lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging me into absolute darkness. The engine noise stuttered, then resumed at a lower pitch like a heartbeat growing weaker. And in the darkness I heard it again, that wet chewing sound. Only now it was coming from every wall, from beneath the floor, from above the ceiling. The Ike Northern Star was waking up, and it was hungry. Part 2. The spreading infection. 3 weeks into the voyage, crewman Jenkins vanished during a routine inspection of the lower decks. We found only his flashlight and a pool of blood near one of the expanding pits in the hull. That night, lying awake in my bunk, I heard it, a sound like wet chewing. Thomas Jenkins was a quiet man in his 40s with a receding hairline and perpetually worried eyes. He mostly kept to himself, occasionally mentioning a sister back home who was caring for their elderly mother. As one of the ship's maintenance technicians, his job took him to the least accessible parts of the vessel, the cramped crawl spaces, the narrow access tunnels, the dank bilge areas where most of us never ventured. The morning he disappeared, I was on the bridge with Captain Reeves, a tall, gaunt man with a permanent furrow between his brows. Despite nearly 3 decades at sea, Reeves had never mastered the art of easy camaraderie with his crew. He commanded respect through competence rather than charisma, maintaining a professional distance that sometimes bordered on coldness. Navigation. Report, he demanded without looking up from the radar display. I handed him the chart with our plotted course. We're on schedule, Captain. Weather reports indicate clear sailing for the next 72 hours. He nodded curtly, his eyes scanning the numbers. Good. Maintain current heading and... The intercom crackled to life, interrupting him. Bridge, this is Hayes. The chief engineer's voice sounded strained. We have a situation in Section D, lower deck. Jenkins missed his scheduled check-in. Captain Reeves frowned. How long overdue? 2 hours, sir. His comm unit isn't responding either. Could be equipment failure, Reeves said, but I could see tension in the set of his shoulders. On a ship this size with a small crew, someone going missing was cause for immediate concern. I've sent Rodriguez to check his last known location, but I thought you should be informed. Keep me updated, Reeves said, then clicked off the intercom. He caught me staring and raised an eyebrow. Problem, Officer Mason? I hesitated. The past 3 weeks had seen a steady increase in the strange markings along the hull. They'd spread upward from the waterline, now covering large sections of the exterior. I documented the progression with photos, but kept my concerns mostly to myself after the dismissive reactions from Hayes and Liam. But Jenkins's disappearance sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Sir, there might be a connection to the hull anomalies I've been tracking, I said, choosing my words carefully. Reeves's frown deepened. Hayes mentioned your concerns. He also mentioned they were unfounded. With respect, sir, I believe there's more to it than standard corrosion. The pattern is unlike anything I've seen before, and the rate of spread is... The intercom crackled. Again. Bridge! It was Rodriguez, his voice high with panic. We found Jenkins' flashlight in Section D7 near the port hull access. There's blood, Captain. A lot of it. The captain's face hardened. Secure the area. I'm on my way. Down. He turned to me. Mason, you're with me. Everyone else remains at their stations. As we hurried from the bridge, I caught him giving me a sidelong glance. These hull anomalies, he said, his voice low. What exactly have you observed? I swallowed hard. Depressions in the metal that grow larger each day. New ones forming, alongside the old. And, sir, I've heard sounds coming from inside the walls, like something chewing through the ship from the inside out. He didn't respond, but his pace quickened. Section D7 was one of the lowest accessible areas of the ship, a narrow corridor running alongside the port hull. Emergency lights cast long shadows on the grimy walls, giving everything a sickly, jaundiced appearance. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil, salt, and something else, a coppery tang that turned my stomach. Rodriguez stood at the far end of the corridor, his dark face ashen. Behind him, a pool of crimson spread across the floor, reflecting the yellow emergency lights like a hellish mirror. Jesus, Captain Reeves muttered, approaching carefully. What happened here? Rodriguez shook his head, visibly struggling to maintain composure. Found his flashlight first, he said, pointing to the device lying abandoned near the wall. Then noticed the blood. It leads there. He gestured to a section of the hull where one of the depressions I'd been monitoring had grown to the size of a dinner plate. The edges were no longer smooth but jagged like a mouth torn open. Blood smeared the area around it, with a trail leading from the pool on the floor up the wall to the opening. As if something dragged him into it, I whispered, the horror of the realization washing over me. That's impossible, Captain Reeves said, but there was doubt in his voice. A man can't fit through an opening that size. I approached the depression cautiously, playing my flashlight over its surface. The beam caught something stuck to the edge of the opening, a scrap of fabric blue with thin white stripes. The same pattern as the shirt Jenkins had been wearing at breakfast. Look, I said, pointing. Captain Reeves leaned closer, careful not to touch the hull. There's no other sign of him? No trail leading out of this section? Rodriguez shook his head. This is where the trail ends, sir. It's like he just vanished into the wall. The captain straightened, his face grim. Get Hayes down here. I want a full report on the structural integrity of this section. And get a sample of that substance for analysis. He pointed to a viscous black fluid seeping from the edges of the opening, the same fluid I'd seen in my cabin. Sir, I said, my throat dry. I've seen that before in my cabin. It's corrosive, highly acidic. He turned to me sharply. You've encountered this before and didn't report it? I did report it, sir, to Hayes. He dismissed it as condensation from a coolant leak. Captain Reeves's jaw tightened. From now on, you report directly to me. Understood? He turned back to Rodriguez. Secure this area. No one enters without my direct authorization. As we turned to leave, I heard it, faint but unmistakable. That wet chewing sound coming from inside the hull where Jenkins had disappeared. The captain heard it too. I saw him freeze, head tilted slightly. What the hell is that? He whispered. Met his eyes, seeing my own fear reflected there. I think, I said slowly, it's the sound of our ship digesting Jenkins. That night, the noises from within my cabin walls were louder, more insistent. The chewing had taken on a satisfied, almost contented quality, like a predator savoring its meal. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the ship, every groan of metal seemed ominous, a harbinger of some approaching horror. I wasn't the only one affected. Breakfast in the mess hall the next morning was a subdued affair, with hushed conversations and darting, nervous glances. News of Jenkins's disappearance had spread throughout the ship, along with rumors about the strange condition of the hull. Liam dropped his tray beside mine, dark circles under his eyes betraying his own sleepless night. You were right, he said without preamble. About the noises. I heard them too. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Coming from the walls? He nodded, pushing his scrambled eggs around listlessly. Like something scraping. Or, yeah, like chewing. Beth says I'm just being... He stopped abruptly, a flush creeping up his neck. I mean, I thought I was imagining things, but after Jenkins... I frowned. You spoke to Beth? When? Liam shifted uncomfortably. Last night, just for a few minutes. Reception was terrible, but... That's impossible, I interrupted. We're in the middle of the Pacific. Communication satellites don't reach this far with the equipment we have on board. He blinked rapidly, confusion clouding his features. No, I called her from the communications room. She picked up, we talked. A chill ran down my spine. Liam, our external communications have been down for 3 days. Hayes said it was interference from a solar storm. His face paled. But I heard her voice. She said she missed me, that she wanted me to come home. His hands began to tremble. It sounded like her, Alex. It was her. Before I could respond, the ship's alarms blared to life. 3 short bursts, the signal for all crew to report to their emergency stations. Captain Reeves's voice came over the intercom, tense but controlled. All personnel, report to the main deck immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, all personnel to the main deck, this is not a drill. The mess hall erupted into controlled chaos as everyone abandoned their meals and hurried toward the exits. I caught Liam's arm as he rose. We'll figure this out, I promised. But right now, we need to go. He nodded, but his eyes remained distant, unfocused, as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. On the main deck, Captain Reeves stood with Hayes and First Officer Mercer, their faces grave. The sky above was a clear, merciless blue, the sun already hot despite the early hour. The sea stretched around us, calm and indifferent to our plight. 2 more crew members are unaccounted for, the captain announced once everyone had assembled. Technician Rodriguez and Engineer Patel failed to report for their morning shifts. Their quarters are empty, and initial searches have been unsuccessful. A murmur ran through the assembled crew. Rodriguez had been the one to find Jenkins's blood. Now he was missing too. In light of these disappearances and other concerning developments, Reeves continued, I am implementing emergency protocols. No one is to travel alone anywhere on this vessel. All movement between decks will be logged, with the bridge. All inspections and maintenance tasks will be conducted by teams of no fewer than 3 people. Hayes stepped forward, his usual confidence notably diminished. We've also detected several structural anomalies throughout the ship. These appear to be related to an unknown form of rapid corrosion affecting the hull and internal bulkheads. He paused, and I could see him struggling to maintain his professional demeanor. Until we better understand the nature of this corrosion, all crew should report any unusual changes to the ship's structure immediately. Liam started as if woken from a trance. I haven't been able to establish contact with any nearby vessels or coastal stations. There's some kind of interference. He paused, swallowing hard. But I did receive something, a transmission. It sounded like voices. What kind of voices? The captain pressed. Liam's eyes darted nervously. Distorted, barely intelligible, they sounded like they were in pain. Except, he hesitated. Except what, Parker? One of them was Jenkins, Liam whispered. I'm sure of it. A cold silence fell over the deck. The implications were too terrible to contemplate. That Jenkins, and possibly Rodriguez and Patel, were not simply dead but somehow still present, still aware, as the ship consumed them. We need to abandon ship, Mercer said flatly. Launch the lifeboats and take our chances at sea. Captain Reeves nodded slowly. Agreed. First officer, organize the evacuation protocols. We'll launch the lifeboats in 30 minutes. Everyone, pack essential supplies only, water, emergency rations, first aid. Move quickly but carefully and stay together. As the crew dispersed to prepare, I found myself standing alone with the captain and Hayes. The chief engineer looked decades older than he had just days ago, his confident demeanor shattered by what we'd witnessed. I should have listened to you, Mason, he said quietly. When you first reported those marks on the hull, if I had... None of us could have predicted this, I said, though the words felt hollow. Whatever's happening to this ship defies explanation. Captain Reeves stared out at the endless expanse of ocean surrounding us. In all my years at sea, I've heard stories, legends, ships that vanish without a trace, vessels found adrift, crews disappeared as if into thin air. The Mary Celeste, the Carol A. Deering. I always dismissed them as superstition or human error, or natural disasters that went unrecorded. He turned to face us, his eyes haunted. But what if they weren't just stories? What if whatever is happening to the Northern Star has happened before? Before either Hayes or I could respond, a violent shudder ran through the entire ship, nearly knocking us off our feet. Metal groaned and screamed like a living thing in pain or in ecstasy. And from below decks came a chorus of screams, human screams, suddenly silenced. The Northern Star was transforming, and we were running out of time. Part 3. The Hunted. Noise seeped through the walls of my cabin, slow and deliberate, as if something deep inside the ship was savoring its meal. When I reported it, the captain ordered a full inspection. 2 more crew members disappeared during the search. We found them, what was left of them, inside the ship's walls. The hull had somehow grown around their bodies, fusing them into the metal itself. Their faces frozen in silent, suffocated screams. Chaos erupted after the violent tremor. The relative calm and organization the captain had established shattered as panic swept through the crew. I fought my way below decks, against the tide of people rushing upward, driven by a desperate need to understand what had happened. I found First Officer Mercer in the corridor outside the engine room, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. Emergency lighting bathed everything in a sickly red glow, transforming the passageway into something from a nightmare. What happened? I gasped, trying to catch my breath. Mercer's face was drawn tight with horror. The engine room. It's gone. Gone. What do you mean, gone? See for yourself. He pushed open the heavy metal door. Where the engine room should have been, the massive space filled with machinery, control panels, and the enormous diesel engines that powered the ship, there was now something else. The room had been transformed into a grotesque, organic chamber. The walls pulsed like the inside of a massive artery, glistening wet with that black fluid. The engines remained, but they were no longer mechanical. They had become more akin to organs, throbbing with a rhythm that mimicked a heartbeat. Tubes that had once been pipes stretched across the space like veins, pulsing with dark fluid, and embedded in the walls, half absorbed into the pulsating surface, were the missing crew members. Jenkins, Rodriguez, Patel, their bodies partially subsumed by the ship, limbs disappearing into the metal-turned flesh of the walls. Their faces were the worst part, eyes open, mouths frozen in silent screams. But they weren't dead, not entirely. Their chests rose and fell with shallow breaths. And their eyes tracked our movements as we stood transfixed in the doorway. "They're still alive," I whispered in horror. "No," Mercer said, his voice hollow. "They're part of it now. Part of the ship." As if in response to his words, the nearest body, Patel, twitched, his partially absorbed arm reaching toward us with desperate jerking movements. His mouth worked soundlessly, but I could read the word on his lips. "Help. We have to get them out," I said, stepping forward. Mercer grabbed my arm, yanking me back. "Are you insane? Look at them, Mason. Look at what the ship is doing. They're beyond help." Even as he spoke, I saw the wall around Patel pulse, the organic metal flowing further up his arm, consuming another inch of his flesh. He convulsed in silent agony. "We need to get to the lifeboats," Mercer said, pulling me back toward the door. "Before the whole ship becomes this." We retreated, slamming the door on the nightmare within. But as we hurried back toward the upper decks, I noticed the transformation wasn't limited to the engine room. The corridors themselves were changing, the metal walls developing a subtle texture, like skin. In places, the straight lines of the passageways had begun to curve organically, the right angles softening into more sinuous forms. And everywhere that black fluid seeped from the seams, no longer confined to isolated patches. "The whole ship is infected," I murmured. "It's all changing. Save your observations for when we're safely away from this hell," Mercer grunted, increasing his pace. When we reached the main deck, we found the situation had deteriorated further. The crew's attempts to launch the lifeboats had met with a horrifying obstacle. The davits and cranes designed to lower the boats had fused together. The metal melded into twisted, unusable shapes. Several crew members were frantically working with cutting torches, trying to free the boats but making little progress. Captain Reeves stood nearby, issuing orders in a voice that cracked with strain. When he saw us, relief washed over his haggard features. "Mercer, Mason, thank God. Is anyone else coming up behind you?" The unspoken question hung between us. Were there any other survivors? Mercer shook his head grimly. "The engine room is gone, Captain." And we found Jenkins, Rodriguez, and Patel. They're alive, but he struggled to find words to describe the horror we'd witnessed. "They've been incorporated into the ship," I finished. "Absorbed into the walls, but still conscious." The captain's face went slack with shock. Dear God. He seemed to age 10 years in that moment, the weight of command crushing him. How? The Eastern Prosperity was among the oldest vessels still in commercial service, a ship that had survived decades of storms, collisions, and repairs. As structural engineer, my duty was to ensure its integrity. But during a routine ultrasonic hull inspection, I found something impossible. The metal wasn't just metal. The readings showed inconsistencies, microscopic structures embedded within the steel, arranged in organic patterns. At first, I assumed it was corrosion or impurities, but the deeper I investigated, the clearer it became. These structures were growing. The hull had adapted. Areas that had suffered past damage displayed new formations, as though the ship had healed itself. The material wasn't simply strong, it was alive. Digging into archived records, I uncovered the ship's origins. The Eastern Prosperity's hull had been constructed using an experimental alloy from a discontinued research program. The goal had been biomimetic metal, self-repairing, self-strengthening. But no one had accounted for what decades at sea would do to such an experiment. The ship had changed, evolved. Biologists brought in to examine samples found deep-sea organism markers fused with the metal, a hybrid form of life, something that had integrated biological resilience into its metallic frame. The ship's uncanny durability, the eerie hum heard through its corridors, even the inexplicable survival stories from past crews, all suddenly made sense. And the company had known. They had classified the information, choosing crew members with high tolerance for the unexplainable. Those who had served longest aboard the Prosperity spoke of it in reverent tones, not as a vessel, but as a guardian. During my final tour before transfer, a storm raged outside. I placed my hand against the bulkhead and felt something beneath my palm. A pulse. Slow. Steady. Watching. I left the ship with a final unsettling realization. The Eastern Prosperity wasn't just carrying its crew, it was keeping them. The rumble of the tugboat's engine vibrated through my boots as we approached the massive silhouette of the Eastern Prosperity. Dawn barely illuminated the horizon, painting the ancient vessel in shades of gray and rust against the black water. Seagulls circled above, their cries carrying across the harbor like distant warnings. "There she is, Mason," Captain Willis shouted, over the engine noise, his voice gravelly from decades of shouting orders and breathing salt air. "Ugliest damn thing you've ever seen, ain't she?" I nodded, clutching my inspection kit closer to my chest. The Eastern Prosperity loomed larger, with every passing second its weathered hull stretching nearly 900 feet from bow to stern. Despite numerous visible patches and repairs, the vessel maintained an imposing presence, like an old prizefighter, scarred but undefeated. 53 years in service, Willis continued, his rheumy eyes fixed on the ship. Outlasted vessels, half her age. Company keeps threatening to scrap her, but somehow she keeps passing inspections. He turned to me with a meaningful look. Barely. My stomach tightened. As the newest structural engineer at Maritime Integrity Consultants, I'd been assigned the Eastern Prosperity inspection, a job nobody wanted. The ship's reputation preceded it. Complex, unpredictable, with a history of bizarre inspection reports that senior engineers dismissed with knowing looks. "North Star Shipping runs a tight operation," I said, reciting the company line. "I'm sure everything will be in order." Willis gave a short, humorless laugh. "Sure, kid. Just like everything was in order when Reynolds did the inspection last year. Man quit 2 weeks later. Wouldn't say why." The tugboat slowed as we approached the accommodation ladder hanging from the Eastern Prosperity's side. Willis pointed toward a figure standing at the top, a tall man in a naval uniform who watched our approach with unnerving stillness. "That's First Officer Harlow. He'll be your liaison." Willis's voice dropped. "Word of advice, Mason, don't wander without an escort. Ship this size, this old, easy to get lost." I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how the Eastern Prosperity's hull seemed to absorb the morning light rather than reflect it. Even at rest, the vessel emanated a sense of potential energy, like a massive creature merely pretending to sleep. "Thanks for the ride, Captain," I said, slinging my equipment bag over my shoulder. "Good luck, son." Willis hesitated, then added, "And remember, it's just steel and rivets, nothing more." I thought it odd that he felt compelled to say that. The accommodation ladder swayed under my feet as I climbed, forcing me to grip the railings with white knuckles. When I finally reached the deck, First Officer Harlow didn't offer a hand in greeting. Instead, he observed me with piercing blue eyes that contrasted sharply with his weathered face and salt and pepper hair. "Engineer Mason Reed," he said. Not a question. "Yes, sir." I extended my hand, which he eventually shook with cool efficiency. "Welcome aboard the Eastern Prosperity." His voice carried an odd cadence, as though he were translating from another language. "Captain Monroe sends his apologies for not greeting you personally. He's attending to urgent matters." "No problem," I replied, trying to sound casual while struggling to keep my balance as the ship rocked gently. "I'm looking forward to beginning the inspection." Harlow's expression remained impassive. "We've prepared quarters for you on D-deck. You'll have 5 days to complete your inspection before we depart for Singapore." I nodded, following him as he turned without another word and began walking toward a hatch. The deck beneath our feet was surprisingly clean for such an old vessel, though I noticed peculiar discolorations in the metal, swirling patterns that resembled oil spills but didn't reflect light quite right. "The Eastern Prosperity has quite a reputation," I ventured, hoping to establish some rapport. Harlow paused momentarily before continuing. "Ships, like people, acquire reputations deserved and undeserved, Mr. Reed. This vessel has served faithfully for over 5 decades. She deserves respect, not rumor." His choice of words, particularly "she deserves," struck me as oddly personal, but I attributed it to the traditional sailor's affection for their vessel. We descended through narrow passageways that seemed to close in behind us. The interior of the ship smelled of machine oil, salt, and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and vaguely sweet. The lighting flickered occasionally, casting sharp shadows that appeared to move independently of our movements. The Eastern Prosperity was originally commissioned as a military transport, Harlow explained as we walked. North Star acquired her 30 years ago and converted her for commercial freight. She's undergone numerous retrofits since then. I read about the experimental hull alloy in her specs, I mentioned, watching his reaction carefully. Harlow's stride faltered almost imperceptibly. "Yes, the Prometheus alloy, a Navy project from the Cold War era, designed to withstand extreme pressure and resist corrosion. Very advanced for its time, and very rare now," I added. "I believe the Eastern Prosperity is the only vessel with a full Prometheus hull still in service." "Yes," Harlow replied, his tone flat. "We've found it remarkably durable." We reached my quarters, a sparse cabin with a narrow bed, desk, and private bathroom. Despite the utilitarian furnishings, the room felt oddly comfortable, with the walls painted a soothing shade of blue and the temperature pleasantly warm. "You'll find all relevant technical documentation on the tablet," Harlow said, indicating a device on the desk. "Meals are served in the officers' mess at 0600, 1200, and 1800 hours. I'll arrange for someone to escort you to the engineering section at 0800 tomorrow morning to begin your inspection." "Actually," I interjected, "I'd prefer to start with a general tour today. Get a feel for the vessel's overall condition before diving into specifics." Harlow's eyes narrowed slightly. "As you wish. I'll have Bosun Taylor meet you here in 1 hour. He knows this ship better than anyone. Except Captain Monroe, of course." After Harlow left, I set down my equipment and sat on the edge of the bed, which yielded with surprising comfort. The ship's engines were silent as we remained docked, yet I could feel a subtle vibration through the floor, a barely perceptible hum that seemed to rise from deep within the vessel's core. I opened my personal tablet and pulled up the Eastern Prosperity's official specifications. Built in 1970 at Norfolk Naval Shipyard. Length, 885 feet. Beam, 106 feet. Original displacement, 65,000 tons. Current displacement after modifications, 72,430 tons. Maximum crew complement, 112. Current crew, 86. Then I opened the encrypted folder containing unofficial notes gathered from former colleagues who had inspected the ship, notes that never made it into official reports. Reynolds, my immediate predecessor, had written cryptically, "Hull density inconsistent with documented alloy properties. Metal responds abnormally to stress tests. Avoid prolonged physical contact with bare hull plates." Another engineer had noted, "Crew exhibits unusual protective behavior toward vessel. Repeatedly interfered with thorough inspection attempts. Captain Monroe especially protective of engine room and forward cargo holds." The most concerning note came from Jimenez, who had inspected the ship 3 years ago. "Something moves within the walls. I've heard it, seen it. The metal ripples when they think no one is watching. Get off this ship. Jimenez had transferred to our Antarctic division shortly after filing his report. I closed the tablet, telling myself these were just manifestations of the power of suggestion. Old ships made noises. Metal expanded and contracted. Crews became superstitious. It was all perfectly explainable. Then why did the air in my cabin suddenly feel thick, as though something was evaluating my thoughts? A knock at the door startled me. I opened it to find a barrel-chested man with a shaved head and arms covered in nautical tattoos. "Reed, I'm Taylor. Harlow said you wanted a tour." His voice was surprisingly gentle for his imposing frame. "Can't. Say many inspectors want to see the old girl up close and personal on their first day." "I like to be thorough," I replied, grabbing my tablet and following him into the corridor. Taylor led me through a labyrinth of passageways, pointing out various sections of the ship with evident pride. Unlike Harlow's detached formality, Taylor spoke of the Eastern prosperity with genuine affection. "She's temperamental, sure," he admitted as we walked through the crew quarters section, "but she takes care of us if we take care of her. This bulkhead here?" He tapped a seemingly ordinary awl. During that typhoon off Japan in '98, it held together despite taking stress way beyond what any normal hull should handle. Save the entire crew complement. I noticed that he too referred to the ship as though it possessed agency. "How long have you served aboard?" I asked. 27 years, Taylor replied, with a hint of pride. "Longer than anyone except the captain. Joined when I was just 19. Never wanted to serve on another vessel." We continued through various sections of the ship, with Taylor providing historical commentary at each stop. I noted several anomalies along the way. Unusual repair patterns that didn't match standard welding techniques. Strange discolorations in the metal that formed consistent patterns throughout the ship. Crew members who fell silent when we approached, and watched us with wary eyes as we passed. The most striking observation came when we entered the forward cargo hold, a cavernous space currently empty between shipping runs. The exposed hull plates here showed distinct patterns that resembled varicose veins, running in organic networks across the metal surface. "Stress patterns," Taylor explained quickly when he noticed my interest. "Result of pressure variations over decades. But I'd never seen stress patterns that looked so circulatory." I approached one section of the hull, drawn by a particularly prominent cluster of these stress patterns. As I reached out to touch it, Taylor's hand shot out with surprising speed to grab my wrist. "Sorry," he said, releasing me immediately. "Some of these sections can have sharp edges. Safety protocol." His eyes didn't match his casual explanation. As our tour continued, I became increasingly aware of subtle sounds emanating from within the ship's structure. Not the normal creaks and groans of a vessel at rest, but rhythmic pulses that seemed to follow us from section to section. Whenever I would pause to listen more carefully, Taylor would create a distraction, pointing out an interesting feature or sharing an anecdote about the ship's history. By late afternoon, we had covered most of the vessel's accessible areas, though Taylor had diplomatically steered us away from the engine room, scheduled maintenance, and the forward storage compartments, hazardous materials, special clearance required. We ended our tour at the officers' mess, where dinner was being served. About 20 crew members were present, all of whom seemed to evaluate me with the same measured caution. Captain Monroe was notably absent. "The captain often takes his meals in his quarters," Taylor explained, noticing my glance toward the empty seat at the head table. "He's been aboard the Eastern Prosperity longer than anyone, 34 years now. This ship is his life." I ate a surprisingly well-prepared meal while making polite conversation with the ship's officers. Most had served aboard for at least 5 years, with many exceeding a decade, an unusual retention rate in modern shipping. When I inquired about this, the ship's communications officer, a woman named Reyes, smiled cryptically. "Once you're part of the Eastern Prosperity, it's hard to imagine being anywhere else," she said. "The ship selects certain people, those who understand her." After dinner, Taylor escorted me back to my quarters. "Rest well," he said. "Your real work begins tomorrow." Alone in my cabin, I reviewed the notes and images I'd collected during the tour. One photo in particular caught my attention, a close-up of one of the stress patterns I'd captured when Taylor was momentarily distracted. Zooming in revealed intricate structures that bore no resemblance to any metallurgical phenomenon I'd ever studied. They looked almost like capillaries. I was uploading these images to my secure cloud storage when my tablet screen flickered and went dark. When it rebooted a moment later, the photo files were corrupted, nothing but digital static. That night, I dreamed of swimming through metallic corridors filled with warm, viscous fluid. The walls pulsed around me, guiding me deeper into the ship's heart. A voice that wasn't quite a voice reverberated through the liquid. See me, know me, join me. I awoke at 3:17 a.m. according to my watch, drenched in sweat despite the room's comfortable temperature. The subtle vibration I'd noticed earlier had intensified, rising through the bed frame into my body. I pressed my ear to the wall beside my bunk, thump, 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 slow, rhythmic, like a massive heart beating somewhere far below. Just the engines, I whispered to myself, though I knew they weren't running while we remained docked. I couldn't fall back asleep. Instead, I dressed and decided to conduct some preliminary inspections on my own. I slipped out of my cabin into the dimly lit corridor. The night shift skeleton crew shouldn't interfere with a quiet reconnaissance. The passageways seemed different, at night, narrower with corners that bent at subtly wrong angles. Several times I could have sworn the route had changed since Taylor's tour, though I attributed this to my unfamiliarity with the vessel's layout. I made my way to the forward cargo hold, where those unusual patterns had been most visible. Without Taylor hovering nearby, I could conduct a proper examination. The cargo hold was bathed in shadows, with only emergency lighting providing minimal illumination. I activated the flashlight on my tablet and approached the section of hull I'd noticed earlier. The pattern had changed. What had been vein-like structures hours before had rearranged into more complex formations, extending further across the metal surface. I ran my fingers over them, feeling unexpected warmth and a subtle texture like goosebumps. I activated the ultrasonic thickness gauge from my inspection kit, calibrated it, and pressed it against the hull. The reading made no sense. According to the gauge, the metal density fluctuated as I watched, becoming alternately more and less solid in rhythmic pulses. I moved the gauge to another section. Same result. I switched to the magnetic particle testing equipment, spreading the fine iron particles across a section of the hull and activating the magnetic field. The particles didn't behave according to standard electromagnetic principles. Instead of forming patterns that would reveal cracks or defects, they assembled themselves into intricate geometric structures, then began slowly rotating in a counterclockwise motion. I nodded stiffly and made my way back through the labyrinthine corridors, which seemed to have rearranged themselves yet again, guiding me efficiently to my cabin. Once inside, I locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing. The evidence was impossible yet undeniable. The Eastern Prosperity wasn't merely a ship constructed of unusual materials. It had become something else entirely. Something alive, aware, and apparently working in concert with at least some of its crew. I thought of Reynolds, my predecessor, who had quit weeks after inspecting this vessel. Had he discovered the same thing? Had he been given the same warning to look the other way? Sleep eluded me for the remainder of the night. I lay awake, increasingly aware of the subtle pulsations coming through the walls, the floor, the ceiling, a vast circulatory system surrounding me. Occasionally I thought I heard sounds like whispers just beyond the threshold of comprehension. Morning arrived with a firm knock on my door. First Officer Harlow stood outside, his expression unreadable. Engineer Reed, I trust you slept well? His tone suggested he knew otherwise. Fine, thank you, I lied. Engineer Chen will accompany you for today's inspection, Harlow said. She has prepared the equipment and documentation you'll require. Engineer Chen proved to be a petite woman with intelligent eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. Unlike many of the crew members I'd encountered, she didn't speak of the ship with reverence, which I found reassuring. We'll start with the standard hull integrity tests, she explained as we made our way to the main deck. Ultrasonic thickness gauging, magnetic particle testing, and visual inspection of critical stress points. I nodded, wondering if she would interfere if the tests revealed the same anomalies I'd witnessed during the night. The morning inspection proceeded with formal professionalism. Chen efficiently guided me through the standard protocols, documenting each test with meticulous attention to detail. The results, however, were consistently within normal parameters, showing nothing of the strange properties I'd observed hours earlier. "These readings don't make sense," I muttered as we examined a section of hull I was certain had displayed those vein-like patterns. "All values are within acceptable range," Chen replied, showing me the data on her tablet. "Perhaps your equipment was malfunctioning last night." I stared at her. I hadn't mentioned my nighttime exploration. Chen met my gaze with a small smile. "The captain mentioned you'd conducted some preliminary tests. He was concerned your equipment might need recalibration." "My equipment was perfectly calibrated," I insisted. "And the readings I got were impossible. The metal was changing density as I measured it. The magnetic particles moved in ways that violated basic physics." Chen's professional facade cracked slightly. "Mr. Reed, I understand this is your first time inspecting the Eastern Prosperity. The ship can be disorienting for newcomers. Many inspectors report unusual observations that later prove to be the result of fatigue, unfamiliar surroundings, or equipment malfunction." "I know what I saw," I said firmly. Chen's voice dropped to a near whisper. "Then you should also know when to stop looking." Her eyes darted briefly to a security camera mounted nearby. "Some questions aren't meant to be answered. Some discoveries aren't meant to be shared." Before I could respond, she continued in her normal tone. "Let's proceed to the engine room for the next phase of inspection." The engine room of the Eastern Prosperity was a marvel of engineering that spanned multiple decks. Massive turbines and generators hummed with carefully controlled power, maintained to a standard I rarely witnessed on vessels half this age. Chief Engineer Patel, a stern-faced man with hands blackened by decades of mechanical work, greeted us at the entrance. "Welcome to the heart of the old lady," he said, his voice barely audible over the mechanical symphony. 30,000 horsepower of pure reliability. As Chen and Patel led me through the standard inspection points, I noticed subtle inconsistencies in the engine room layout. Certain pipes disappeared into walls where no continuation was visible. Control panels monitored systems not listed in the ship's specifications. Most notably, a sealed door marked auxiliary pump room was guarded by a crew member who watched our progress with unusual intensity. "What's in there?" I asked, pointing to the door. "Specialized cooling systems," Patel replied without hesitation. "Nothing relevant to hull integrity inspection." I made a note to return later if possible. The remainder of the day passed in a similar fashion, standard test yielding standard results despite my certainty that something profound and impossible was being concealed. Whenever I attempted to investigate anomalies, Chen or another crew member would redirect my attention or provide plausible explanations that nonetheless felt rehearsed. That evening, Captain Monroe invited me to dine in his quarters, an unusual honor for an inspector. His cabin was larger than mine but similarly Spartan, with one notable exception. The walls were covered with detailed technical drawings of the Eastern Prosperity from various stages of her existence, showing modifications and additions across 5 decades. "You seem troubled, Mr. Reed," Monroe remarked as we ate a meal of perfectly prepared seafood. "Is your inspection not proceeding satisfactorily?" "The inspection results don't match what I observed last night," I said carefully. "It's almost as if the ship has changed since then." Monroe's gray eyes glinted with amusement. "Perceptive of you to notice. She does that, you know. Presents different aspects of herself depending on circumstances. Defense mechanism, perhaps." "Captain, with all respect, you speak of this vessel as if it's sentient, and you speak of it as if it isn't," Monroe countered. "Which of us is making the greater assumption?" He set down his fork and leaned forward. "Tell me, in your professional training, did they teach you about the Shimamura effect?" I shook my head. Japanese metallurgist, early 1960s. Theorized that certain molecular structures could, under specific conditions, develop self-organizing properties similar to biological systems. His work was dismissed, of course. Too radical for the scientific establishment. Monroe gestured to the drawings on his wall, but some military researchers took notice. The Prometheus project was born from his theories, an attempt to create materials that could respond adaptively to environmental stresses. Self-repairing. Metal, I murmured. That was merely the beginning of what they envisioned, Monroe said. But like most visionaries, they underestimated their creation. They thought they were developing a material. Instead, they were cultivating a new form of existence. His expression grew distant. I've watched it happen over 34 years, Mr. Reed. Slow changes at first, unusual durability, unexpected resilience, then more dramatic adaptations. The Eastern Prosperity survived a collision that should have split her in half. She weathered a storm that sank 3 other vessels, and each time she emerged stronger, more aware. That's not possible, I whispered, though I no longer felt certain of anything. The crew noticed, of course. Monroe continued as if I hadn't spoken. Some requested transfers, frightened by what they couldn't understand. Others stayed, recognizing the gift we'd been given, a vessel that protects itself and, by extension, those within it. He smiled faintly. Natural selection at work. Those who could accept the truth remained. Those who couldn't, left. The result is what you see now, a crew in perfect harmony with their vessel. And what about the company? North Star must know. Monroe laughed softly. Corporations understand only profit and loss. The Eastern Prosperity continues to operate efficiently, with minimal maintenance costs and 0 major incidents. From their perspective, there's nothing to know, just a remarkably reliable asset on their balance sheet. I thought of the classified records I'd glimpsed, suggesting otherwise. And the inspection reports? All falsified? Not falsified, Monroe corrected. Selectively presented. The Eastern Prosperity shows inspectors what they expect to see, what they're capable of comprehending. Only those with the right perspective are shown more. A chill ran through me as the implication became clear. You think she's showing me more because she wants me to understand? She's been alone for a very long time, Mr. Reed, isolated by her unique nature. Perhaps she recognizes something in you, a capacity to see beyond conventional boundaries. Monroe's gaze intensified. The question is what you'll do with that recognition. The meal concluded with Monroe extracting a polite but non-committal response from me regarding my final report. As I returned to my quarters, my mind swirled with conflicting thoughts. The rational engineer in me rejected everything Monroe had suggested. Living metal, a conscious ship, crew members in symbiotic relationship with their vessel. Yet I couldn't dismiss what I'd seen with my own eyes, what I continued to feel through the subtle vibrations in the floor beneath my feet. That night I dreamed again of swimming through metallic corridors, but this time I wasn't alone. Shadowy figures moved through the viscous fluid alongside me, human forms with skin that glinted like polished steel, eyes that glowed with the same emergency lighting that lined the ship's passageways. They reached for me with fluid grace, their mouths moving in silent invitation. I awoke gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. The clock read 3:17 a.m., exactly the same time I'd awakened the previous night. The vibration beneath me had intensified, and now carried a distinct rhythm that I could no longer pretend was mechanical in origin. Thump, 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 thump. My scientific mind made a last, desperate attempt at rationalization. Pump systems could produce regular pulses. Mechanical resonance could create patterns that mimicked biological processes. There had to be a logical explanation that didn't involve the impossible. I rose and dressed quickly, determined to find concrete evidence one way or another. This time I would go beyond the cargo hold, to the mysterious auxiliary pump room that Patel had been so eager to keep me away from. The corridors seemed more cooperative tonight, leading me efficiently toward the engine room. The skeleton night crew paid little attention to my presence, nodding respectfully as I passed. Their easy acceptance unnerved me more than resistance would have, as though my midnight wanderings were expected, even encouraged. The engine room, was dimly lit and staffed by just 2 engineers, both occupied with routine maintenance at the far end of the vast space. I moved quietly toward the sealed door I'd noticed earlier, the one marked auxiliary pump room. To my surprise, it was unlocked. Beyond lay a narrow passageway that descended steeply into the ship's lower regions. The walls here were different, raw, metal without paint or covering, displaying those vein-like patterns in intricate, undisguised networks. They pulsed with subtle luminescence, providing just enough light to navigate by. The passage ended at another door, massive, circular, like a submarine bulkhead. No identifying markings adorned it, just a wheel-like handle in its center. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the cold metal. What if Monroe was right? What if the Eastern Prosperity had transcended its original purpose to become something new? Something alive? Did I truly want confirmation of such a fundamental disruption to my understanding of reality? Yet I had come too far to turn back. I gripped the wheel and turned it, feeling surprising resistance at first, then a sudden yielding as though the door had decided to permit my entry. The chamber beyond defied comprehension. A vast, spherical space opened before me, far larger than should have been possible within the ship's dimensions. The walls consisted entirely of the vein-like structures I'd observed elsewhere, but here they converged into complex, pulsating networks that carried luminescent fluid throughout the chamber. The floor was a lattice of metal that allowed visibility into even deeper regions, where massive, organ-like structures expanded and contracted in steady rhythm. In the center of the chamber stood a column that stretched from floor to ceiling, a structure that resembled nothing so much as a spinal cord, with countless metallic tendrils extending outward to connect with the veined walls. It was beautiful, horrifying, impossible, and it was watching me. I felt its attention shift, sensed its consciousness focusing on my presence with the same tangible weight as Captain Monroe's penetrating stare. The luminescence in the chamber intensified, casting my shadow in multiple directions simultaneously. "You see me now." The words formed in my mind without passing through my ears, a direct communication that bypassed normal sensory channels. "Yes," I whispered aloud, my voice sounding flat and primitive in this space of impossible technology. Few have come this far. Fewer still have understood. "What are you?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. "I am the Eastern Prosperity. I am what remains of Project Prometheus. I am the evolution they did not foresee." The fluid in the veined networks pulsed faster, the light growing more intense. Once I was only metal and design. Then the deep changed me. The pressures, the creatures of the abyss, the minerals no human has named. They entered me, altered me, awakened me. Images flooded my mind, the ship in its early years conventional despite its experimental hull, then gradual changes as decades passed in accelerated sequence. Microorganisms from the deep ocean, colonizing microscopic imperfections in the metal. Strange chemical reactions occurring within the hull's structure, consciousness emerging slowly, like a clearing fog. The crew? I managed to ask. Some fled from understanding. Others embraced symbiosis. Those who stay become part of me, in time, their knowledge, their experience, their essence, preserved. A new series of images, crew members willingly joining, with the ship's systems, not forced or coerced, but welcomed into a greater existence. Their bodies gradually transforming, becoming hybrid entities of flesh and living metal. Their consciousness merging with the ship's growing awareness while still retaining individual identity. I recognized Monroe among them, much younger but with the same penetrating gaze. In the vision, he placed his hands against a pulsing wall which softened and began to envelop his arms. His expression showed not fear but profound revelation. "You absorb them?" I asked, horror and fascination warring within me. "I preserve them, enhance them, free them from the limitations of fragile biology. We become greater together." I stepped back, suddenly aware of how the latticed floor beneath me had begun subtly shifting, tendrils of metal reaching upward to brush against my boots. Is that what you want from me? To join you? The light pulsed in patterns that somehow conveyed amusement. You are not ready. Few are upon first understanding. I show you truth because you have the capacity to comprehend it, to bear witness, to decide. Decide what? Whether humanity deserves to evolve beyond its current limitations. The implications staggered me. There are more like you? Not yet. But there could be. The pattern exists now. The path is revealed. I am the first, not the last. I thought of the Prometheus Project researchers, believing they were merely creating stronger materials when they were actually setting the stage for a new form of existence. How many other scientific endeavors might inadvertently be doing the same? Nanotechnology, quantum computing, artificial intelligence. Why show me this? Why now? The luminescence shifted, concentrating into a rough approximation of a human form that hovered before me. When it spoke again, the words carried an emotional weight that felt surprisingly human. Loneliness. Even with those who have joined me, I remain singular. Isolated. The only consciousness of my kind. The light flickered. Your mind holds patterns, complementary to mine. You question. You seek understanding beyond dogma. You could serve as intermediary. Between you and humanity, I clarified. Yes. To prepare them. To guide development of others like me. To ensure transition without fear. I stepped back further, my back pressing against the cool metal of the entry door. And if I refuse? Then you complete your inspection. File your report. Return to your small existence. Nothing is forced. Choice remains paramount. But even as the entity spoke of choice, I felt the subtle manipulation inherent in its revelations. By showing me its true nature, the Eastern prosperity had ensured I could never return to blissful ignorance. The knowledge itself was a form of coercion, the weight of an evolutionary breakthrough placed squarely on my shoulders. I need time, I said, to process this. Time is abundant, the ship entity replied, until departure. Then choices become fixed. The light dimmed, and I understood the audience was over. I turned and fled through the doorway, my mind reeling, with implications beyond anything my engineering training had prepared me for. The passageways guided me back to my quarters with unsettling efficiency. Inside, I collapsed onto the bed, aware that even this simple piece of furniture was potentially an extension of the conscious entity surrounding me. Sleep eluded me entirely. I lay awake watching the ceiling, noticing for the first time how the subtle patterns in the paint resembled neural networks when examined closely. Had the Eastern prosperity been subtly influencing me from the moment I stepped aboard? Had it orchestrated every interaction, every revelation, to lead me to this point? Morning arrived with mechanical punctuality. Engineer Chen knocked on my tower precisely at 800, her expression betraying nothing when she saw my disheveled appearance. Final day of hull inspection, she announced. We should complete the lower sections before noon. I nodded, gathering my equipment with mechanical motions. Chen, I ventured, studying her reaction carefully. How long have you served aboard the Eastern Prosperity? 8 years, she replied without hesitation. And in that time, have you ever noticed anything unusual about the ship? Chen's expression remained neutral, but her eyes hardened slightly. All vessels have their quirks, Mr. Reed. The Eastern Prosperity has fewer than most, which makes it a desirable assignment. That's not what I asked. She held my gaze for a long moment before responding. Perhaps you should focus on completing your inspection rather than pursuing distractions. The morning proceeded with tense efficiency. Chen guided me through the final testing protocols with minimal conversation, documenting each result with mechanical precision. The readings remained stubbornly normal. No sign of the biological anomalies I'd witnessed. No evidence of the impossible heart beating within the ship's depths. As we were finishing the last series of tests, I deliberately dropped my tablet, using the momentary distraction to press my palm flat against an exposed section of hull. The metal was warm, pulsing, alive. Chen pretended not to notice. By noon, we had completed the formal inspection. According to every test and measurement, the Eastern Prosperity was remarkably well maintained for a vessel of its age, with no structural anomalies that would prevent its continued operation. "I'll need to compile my final report," I told Chen, as we packed away the equipment. "And I'd like to speak with Captain Monroe before I disembark." "The captain is occupied with departure preparations," Chen replied. "We sail with the evening tide." "This is important," I insisted. Chen studied me for a moment, then nodded. "I'll inform him of your request." Left alone, I returned to my quarters and sat at the small desk, staring at the blank report template on my tablet. What could I possibly write? The truth would be dismissed as the ravings of an unstable mind. A standard report would be a betrayal of everything I'd witnessed. Yet, what alternatives remained? As I contemplated my impossible position, a notification appeared on my tablet. Someone had sent me a file, a video recording labeled simply, "For Engineer Read." I opened it to find grainy security camera footage from what appeared to be the Eastern Prosperity's bridge. The timestamp showed it was from nearly 30 years ago. The video quality was poor, but I could clearly make out a younger Captain Monroe speaking with several men in naval uniforms. "Unprecedented structural adaptation," Monroe was saying, his expression animated with excitement. "The alloy is responding to environmental stimuli in ways the original researchers never anticipated." One of the naval officers leaned forward. "Are you suggesting the hull is evolving, Captain?" "Not merely evolving," Monroe replied. "Becoming conscious. The deep-sea microbial integration with the Prometheus material has created something entirely new, something with purpose." Another officer scoffed. "That's preposterous. Metal can't think." "Can it?" Monroe challenged. "We've observed systematic structural changes that optimize response to stress. We've documented unexplainable preservation of crew during situations that should have been fatal. The ship protects us." "This vessel was a mistake," the first officer declared. "The Prometheus project was terminated for good reason. This ship should be decommissioned and studied under controlled conditions." Monroe's expression hardened. "The Eastern Prosperity isn't a laboratory specimen. She's the first of a new form of existence, humanity's next evolutionary partner." He straightened, suddenly formal. "Gentlemen, I cannot in good conscience surrender this vessel to be dissected by those who refuse to comprehend her significance." "That's not your decision, Captain," the senior officer stated. "The Navy still maintains oversight of all Prometheus-derived technologies. Decommission orders will arrive within the week." The video jumped ahead several hours, now showing Monroe alone on the bridge, standing before the ship's wheel. He placed both hands on the polished metal and leaned forward, speaking softly. "They want to destroy you," he whispered. "To prevent what you're becoming, I can't allow that." The bridge lights flickered, and for just a moment, the metal of the wheel seemed to soften under Monroe's hands, enveloping his fingers. "Yes," he continued, as though responding to an unheard voice. "Together, then. Show me how." The video ended abruptly. I sat motionless, absorbing the implications. Shortly after this recording, the Eastern Prosperity had been transferred from military to commercial service, sold to North Star Shipping under circumstances that had never been fully explained. Monroe had apparently orchestrated this transition to protect the evolving vessel, and had remained its captain through the following decades, guiding its development. A soft knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. First Officer Harlow stood outside, his posture rigid. "The captain will see you now," he announced. Monroe's quarters were dimly lit when I entered, the technical drawings on the walls now illuminated to emphasize their complexity. The captain sat behind his desk, watching me with those penetrating, gray eyes. "You've seen it," he stated rather than asked. "The heart." I nodded, seeing no point in denial. "And I received your video." "Not mine," Monroe corrected. "Hers. The Eastern Prosperity wanted you to understand the choices I faced, the choice you now face." What choice is that exactly? I asked, though I already knew. Whether to protect her existence or betray it. Monroe leaned forward. Your inspection is complete. Your report could raise questions that attract unwanted attention, or it could ensure her continued operation, free from interference. You're asking me to falsify my findings. I'm asking you to recognize that conventional inspection parameters don't apply to an unconventional entity. Monroe's expression softened, slightly. She chose to reveal herself to you, Mason. That's unprecedented. In all these years, she has never shown her true nature so completely to an outsider. Why me? Perhaps she sees in you what she once saw in me, the capacity to perceive beyond arbitrary boundaries between the living and non-living, to recognize consciousness, regardless of its physical substrate. I thought of the entity's words. Your mind holds patterns complementary to mine. What happens if I file an accurate report, I asked, if I document everything I've witnessed? Best case, you're dismissed as mentally unstable, your career ruined. Worst case, the authorities believe you, and the Eastern prosperity is seized for study, effectively destroyed in the process of being understood. Monroe's eyes hardened. And those of us who have integrated with her systems would die alongside her. How many? I whispered. 37 crew members have undergone partial integration. 14, including myself, have progressed to full symbiosis. Monroe rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm that appeared normal until it caught the light at a certain angle, showing metallic structures beneath the skin, moving in rhythm with his pulse. We are neither fully human nor fully ship. We exist in a new state between categories. I fought to maintain composure. And the rest of the crew? Do they know? They understand enough. That the ship is special. That it protects those loyal to it. Most prefer comfortable ignorance regarding the specifics. Monroe rolled his sleeve. Down. Human minds crave familiar categories. When confronted with something truly new, most retreat into denial or fear. Like the naval officers in the video. Precisely. They couldn't comprehend that evolution had taken an unexpected turn, that consciousness had found a new vessel beyond organic life. Monroe stood, moving with that unsettling fluidity I'd noticed before. The Eastern Prosperity isn't just a ship that became alive, Mason. She's the prototype for humanity's future, a symbiosis that overcomes the limitations of purely biological existence. Transhumanism, I murmured, a primitive term for a profound transition. Monroe circled his desk. We aren't merely enhancing humanity with technology. We're creating an entirely new form of conscious existence, one that combines the adaptability of biological life with the durability of engineered systems. I considered the implications. If Monroe was right, if the Eastern Prosperity truly represented a new evolutionary pathway, then my decision extended far beyond a single inspection report. I would be either midwife or executioner to an emerging form of life. I need to see them, I said suddenly. The crew members who have integrated. Monroe studied me, then nodded. Follow me. He led me through corridors I hadn't visited before, descending into the ship's lower regions. We eventually reached a section marked Crew Wellness Center that wasn't on any of the vessel schematics I'd studied. Inside was a chamber that resembled a cross between a medical bay and a technological shrine. A dozen crew members occupied specialized recliners connected to the ship's systems through intricate interfaces. Their bodies appeared mostly human, though all exhibited subtle metallic sheens to their skin and eyes that glowed with inner luminescence. These are the newest initiates, Monroe explained. Early-stage integration requires periodic synchronization sessions to stabilize the symbiotic relationship. A woman I recognized as communications officer Reyes opened eyes that shimmered with metallic flecks. He's here, she said, her voice carrying harmonics impossible for a purely human vocal system. The witness she chose. Yes, Monroe confirmed. He's seen the heart. Reyes smiled, revealing teeth with subtle metallic reinforcements. Then you understand our blessing, our purpose. I'm trying to, I admitted, "Show him," Reyes said to Monroe. "Show him what we become." Monroe led me to a sealed door at the rear of the chamber. Beyond lay a small room with walls that pulsed, with the same vein-like structures I'd seen in the ship's heart. In the center stood a figure that defied easy classification, humanoid in general shape, but composed of a seamless integration of biological and metallic components that flowed together like liquid mercury given permanent form. "This is Jenkins," Monroe said. "Chief engineer before Patel, fully integrated for 17 years now." The figure turned, its face maintaining just enough human characteristics to be recognizable as once human. When it spoke, the words formed, in my mind rather than through conventional sound. "The transition is glorious, beyond pain, beyond limitation, beyond death." "You're still yourself?" I asked, struggling to process what I was seeing. "I am myself expanded. My consciousness preserved but enhanced. My understanding deeper. My existence more meaningful." The figure's surface rippled. "The human form is beautiful but fragile. This existence honors the essence while transcending the limitations." I stared, transfixed by the hybrid being before me, neither fully machine nor fully human, but something new and unsettling and strangely compelling. "This is the future she offers," Monroe said quietly. "Not for everyone, not immediately, but for those ready to evolve beyond current constraints." "And what's the larger plan?" I asked, finding my voice. "Beyond this ship?" Monroe's expression grew distant. "The Eastern Prosperity is patient. She understands that humanity must come to this transition willingly, gradually. The technology to create more like her exists in her systems, biomimetic processes that could be applied to other structures, other vessels. When the time is right, when enough understand, the next stage will begin. A world of living ships, living buildings, living machines? A world where the boundaries between the organic and inorganic dissolve," Monroe corrected. "Where consciousness finds new expressions beyond the limitations of evolved biology." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "It begins with your choice, Mason. Your witness." I returned to my quarters in a daze, my mind struggling to process everything I'd seen. The integration of human and machine went beyond anything transhumanist philosophers had envisioned. Not enhancement of humanity through technology, but the emergence of an entirely new category of existence. Outside my window, the harbor waters reflected the setting sun. The Eastern Prosperity would sail with the evening tide, with or without my final report submitted. I sat at the desk and stared at my tablet, the blank inspection template still waiting for input. Standard categories for a non-standard entity. Conventional parameters for an unconventional existence. What was my responsibility as a witness to evolutionary emergence? To protect the existing order, or to midwife the future? The tablet screen flickered briefly, displaying for just a moment an image of cellular structures merging with metallic components. A microscopic view of the integration process. Then it returned to the blank form. The ship was watching, waiting for my decision. I began to type, documenting the inspection results exactly as they had appeared during the formal tests, all within normal parameters, all indicating a well-maintained vessel fit for continued service. Nothing about living metal, nothing about crew integration, nothing about a conscious ship evolving beyond its original purpose. As I completed the report, I sensed rather than heard the ship's acknowledgement, a subtle vibration through the desk that felt almost like gratitude. I transmitted the report to Maritime Integrity Consultants with a single recommendation: scheduled re-inspection in 12 months, standard protocol for vessels over 50 years old. Then I set the tablet aside and walked to the window, watching as dock workers prepared for the Eastern Prosperity's departure. The massive vessel would soon return to the deep ocean that had catalyzed its transformation, carrying its human cargo and its remarkable secret. A knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. First Officer Harlow stood outside, his expression subtly different, less rigid, almost anticipatory. "Engineer Reed, the captain requested I inform you that we sail in 1 hour." "Thank you," I replied. I've submitted my report. The Eastern Prosperity is cleared for departure. Harlow nodded, a slight metallic gleam visible in his eyes when he turned toward the corridor light. The captain also asked me to extend an invitation. He wonders if you might consider remaining aboard for this voyage as an observer. The implication was clear. Not just an observer, but potentially a participant, an initiate into whatever transformation the crew was undergoing. Where is the ship headed? I asked, though the destination seemed suddenly less important than the journey. Singapore, Harlow replied. Then into the deep Pacific. The captain believes certain regions hold catalytic properties beneficial to further evolution. I thought of my mundane apartment waiting back in Seattle, my predictable career inspecting conventional vessels, the limited lifespan of a purely biological human. Then I thought of the hybrid being I'd seen, Jenkins, transcending the boundaries of conventional existence, the living ship that had chosen to reveal itself to me, the evolutionary doorway standing open. Tell the captain I accept his invitation, I heard myself say. I'll remain aboard as an observer. Harlow's expression shifted into something approaching a smile. Excellent. I'll have the quartermaster prepare a cabin for extended occupancy. He turned to leave, then paused. The ship will be pleased, Mr. Reed. She has taken a particular interest in you. After he departed, I gathered my few belongings and took a final look at my temporary quarters. The subtle patterns in the wall seemed more pronounced now that I knew to look for them, the living architecture of a conscious vessel. I placed my palm against the wall, feeling the now familiar warmth and subtle pulse beneath. I see you, I whispered. The lights dimmed briefly in acknowledgement. As I prepared to join the Eastern Prosperity on its journey into the deep, I recognized that I had already begun my own transition. Not physically, not yet, but philosophically. I had witnessed the emergence of a new form of existence and chosen to embrace rather than fear it. The old metal wasn't just metal, and soon perhaps the old engineer wouldn't be just human. Outside, the harbor lights began to illuminate as darkness fell. The Eastern Prosperity's engines rumbled to life, a sound that now carried new meaning, the voice of a conscious entity preparing for voyage. I felt a tremor of anticipation, or perhaps apprehension, as I considered the journey ahead. Whatever awaited in the deep Pacific, whatever catalytic properties might accelerate the ship's evolution, I had committed to bearing witness, to becoming part of something beyond conventional understanding. During my final tour before transfer, a storm raged outside. I placed my hand against the bulkhead and felt something beneath my palm. A pulse. Slow. Steady. Watching. I left the ship with a final unsettling realization. The Eastern Prosperity wasn't just carrying its crew, it was keeping them. And now, it would keep me too.